line. Um, it's great to have you as well. It's really great. Welcome to everyone. I believe we also have Jan in the room, right? Um, so again, a good morning to everyone. We see you from a distance this time. I wish we could be together. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Marisol Estrella. I work with the UN Environment Program based here in Geneva. I just want to really thank all of you for making it to one place so we could all be together for the next 3 days. And also would like to thank our DNAB colleagues, especially Rosanna, for really being a champion behind the scenes and bringing everyone together. So a very good morning to all of you. Let us start by having some welcome remarks from our special guests. So we have two special guests today. Let me start with introducing Mr. Jan Eriksson, who's the counselor at the Embassy of Norway based in Maputo. We should be able to have simultaneous Portuguese and English interpretation. And I hope, Rosanna, just let us know if you are having problems with the interpretation on your end. You should be hearing me in Portuguese right now in the room. So, Jan, if I can ask you to please start, that would be great. If you are speaking, Jan, I do not hear you from my side.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
This work?
I can hear you and see you.
Okay. Okay. Well, good morning again. It is very good to be here with you.
É prazer estar aqui convosco.
The cooperation between Mozambique and Norway when it comes to oil and gas has lasted for
ao setor do petróleo e do gás.
The environment
com Moçambique e Noruega
is important in this collaboration.
Já remonta a uma longa data.
Approaches, but the bottom line has been an interest from Mozambique to learn from the Norwegian experience.
Moçambique tem manifestado o interesse em aprender com a experiência norueguesa.
The Americans came to Norway to teach us. That was useful, but at the same
Na nossa
time,
altura, os americanos vieram para a Noruega
to
para
find
nos
our
ensinar
own way
os
of
ossos do
handling
ofício do setor.
resources in order to secure sustainability and the balance between different sectors and to utilize the revenue
Parece-me fundamental estabelecer
for the whole population.
entre as diferentes necessidades dos diferentes setores em prol da população.
We lost sound, Jan, we lost sound.
I am pleased to see that there is such a good mix
Apraz-me constatar
this training.
que temos grupo bastante variado de participantes.
One of the experiences in Norway is that one needs a good collaboration between government,
É
academia,
necessária uma boa cooperação
private
entre o
sector,
governo,
NGOs.
a academia, o setor privado e as organizações não governamentais. Isto foi o que
Also,
aprendemos
within
com a nossa
government,
experiência na
it
Noruega.
is important with good cooperation between different ministries and directorates.
É importante também uma boa cooperação entre diferentes ministérios e direções.
It is good that the COVID situation is such that at least some of us can be together here.
Felizmente, alguns de nós conseguem estar reunidos nesta sala, não obstante a pandemia da Covid-19.
The principle regarding sector responsibility is very strong in Norway. And very briefly, that means that the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy have the
O
overall
Ministério do
responsibility
Petróleo e do Gás
for management of
tem a
petroleum
responsabilidade
resources.
última
They have the
pelas
sector
atividades do
responsibility
setor.
for oil and gas activities. The Norwegian Petroleum Directorate exercises
A
the
direção do petróleo e do gás
role of exploration and production. They also
trata
issue
da exploração
licenses
e da
for the
produção do
different
setor.
activities. This entails that the environmental impact assessment EAI process in Norway is led and coordinated by Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, while Norwegian Environmental Agency is a consultative body.
O processo de avaliação do impacto ambiental é realizado pelo Ministério com o apoio da Direção-Geral do Ambiente.
So in Norway, this is different from the situation in Mozambique, where I understand MTA is responsible to coordinate and lead the EIA process.
Parece-me que esta situação é diferente daquela que se verifica em Moçambique. Em Moçambique, tanto quanto sei, é a Direção-Geral do Ambiente que é responsável pela realização das avaliações de impacto ambiental.
Norway has laws and bylaws which regulate the petroleum sector in order to limit and minimize polluting spillage, litter, and unnecessary influence on sensitive, vulnerable nature.
A Noruega conta com regulamentos e leis que visam diminuir o impacto no ambiente, nomeadamente a propagação de resíduos, derrames de petróleo e o impacto em zonas sensíveis em termos ambientais.
This is done through health, safety, environment mechanisms and permissions according to the pollution law. The EIAs are an important platform for the permissions. An EIA is a tool to integrate environmental concerns and considerations into the decision-making processes. EIA is now implemented in the legal systems of most countries in the world, including Mozambique. Also in Norway, we have integrated management plans for oceans. These are sent to the parliament as white papers. The purpose of the management plans is to facilitate value creation through sustainable use and at the same time to maintain the environmental values in the sea areas. The plan sees important industries for the Norwegian economy, such as fisheries and aquaculture, shipping, and petroleum activities in connection with consideration for the environment and ecosystems in the sea. I will also mention that oceans are very high on the agenda for Norway. A new program has been initiated, Oceans for Development. Cooperation with Mozambique will be a pilot program. The issue of integrated ocean management will probably be an issue, and this is something that we will revert back to. I hope you will have interesting days with constructive discussions. Desejo-lhe boa sorte com seu treinamento. Espero que Moçambique consiga equilibrar diferentes interesses para o desenvolvimento sustentável e bom uso dos recursos naturais. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Jan. And may I now call on the government
Muito obrigado, Jan.
to also then help officially open our training program. I'm not sure who, is it going to be Alexander or Miss Guillermina? Who
Será, não sei se será o Alexander ou a Guilhermina a tomar a palavra.
I think it's Alexander Bartholomew from DNAB.
Dia Marisol.
Hello, bom dia, Alexander.
proceder à representação, em representação da senhora diretora nacional, a engenheira Guilhermina, algumas palavras do governo moçambicano. Mesmo senhores representantes do governo da Noruega, através do Programa de Petróleo para o Desenvolvimento, mesmo senhores representantes do Programa das Nações Unidas para o Meio Ambiente, distintos convidados, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. Em primeiro lugar, em nome da diretora e em nome do Ministério da Terra e Ambiente, gostaria de saudar a todos presentes e agradecer a oportunidade que me é concedida para, de uma forma breve, proceder à abertura oficial do curso de Treinamento Nacional em Operações do Petróleo em áreas ambientalmente sensíveis. Este encontro técnico de treinamento é um passo importante para desenvolver conhecimentos básicos sobre as operações upstream de petróleo e gás, bem como das questões ambientais e sociais associadas às mesmas operações. Em áreas ambientalmente sensíveis, fortalecendo assim a gestão ambiental focalizada na não perda de biodiversidade, como requisito a ter em conta para responder à demanda da indústria de petróleo e gás natural em Moçambique. Distintos convidados, é conhecido que à medida que as operações de petróleo e gás se movem e remotos, vemos um potencial nível crescente de impactos, incluindo a perda da biodiversidade em habitats acessíveis, o que desafia sobremaneira ao prolifera parceiros de desenvolvimento e a sociedade em geral. É neste contexto que este treinamento foi identificado pelo governo de Moçambique como uma a compreensão de impactos ambientais sobre a biodiversidade e considerar opções para ou medir os impactos ambientais adversos. Por um lado, os esforços nacionais no alcance dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, e, por outro lado, cumprimento dos compromissos
and fulfilling the global challenges that the country is assuming with the environmental agreements that we have signed on to, and to give a response to the challenges that are faced for the oil industry. The government of Norway, with the oil and development projects, has promoted various events and trainings of the modules of the maritime international agreements to a regional level in collaboration with the Convention of Nairobi and other international confederations. On a national level, we already had the honor of being benefited from different trainings and different levels of answer and response to be able to fight oil spills, and in the introduction regarding a mapping of areas that are sensitive, environmentally speaking, in the coastline. Today, once again, we are hoping to have a course that is focused in the national training for the upstream operations of oil and gas and areas that are environmentally sensitive. And it has been organized by the environmental program of the United Nations and also the oil industry for development with the government of Mozambique. Ladies and gentlemen, this course of training, which will have a duration of 3 days, has the participation of representatives, governmental institutions, and the development of oil and gas, of an environmental administration that is solid in the sector, and also the preparedness and response for any of these issues. At the end, I would like to thank once more the opportunity that has been given to me to be able to address all of you participants. And for me, this is a recognition that we have all aware that sustainability of our country depends a great deal of various people that are intervening with us today. I wish all of you a good technological course, and for those who come outside of Maputo, I hope that you have a good hospitable stay in the city of Maputo and you enjoy the best that the city can offer, which is hosting this conference. And this way, I declare open the national training of upstream operations for oil and gas and environmentally sensitive areas. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all the best work in this workshop.
Giving us the official opening remarks.
Alexander, por nos dar
If we were there, we would be able to hear each other clap.
poderíamos
Virtually.
escutar,
So thank you again very much.
mas muito obrigado a todos.
To everyone. I
Estou
have received the final
Obrigado, Maria.
tenho recebido
through your emails, and also the list of participants and
e
logistics.
também a lista de
We will
participantes
be shortly sharing with you some of the PowerPoint slides that we will be
and
sharing,
all also as apresentações.
Before we start, I just
E
wanted to
antes que nós podamos
introduce our
conseguir,
team, the training team for the next 3 days.
o equipo
This
de
training
treinamento para os
is
próximos
going to
dias.
be quite special, not just because we are doing this in a
Não
hybrid
somente porque nós estamos fazendo, porque
where,
estamos,
we have managed to at least bring all of you
nós temos conseguido,
despite these COVID challenging times. But this training program is also put
porque
together
esse
by a
treinamento,
number of partners and experts
os parceiros que nós
from
temos
the institution. So I think it's
dentro da
a
instituição,
really great training program for the next 3 days, and I'm really looking forward to it also myself.
e tenho esperança que nós
So I would
podamos
like to give you a chance to meet our training
e dar a
team.
oportunidade.
So let me first
Então,
select,
deixa eu começar
our UNEP WCMC partner,
para que
World Conservation
podamos
Monitoring
fazer na
Center,
conservação mundial
who is a collaborating center of
e está
UNEP
colaborando
based in Cambridge.
com
And
base
we
em
also
Cambridge.
have had a chance to already work with them
E nós
on
temos
environmental sensitivity mapping and other activities in Mozambique. So let
e
me
outras
now
atividades em
introduce
Moçambique. Então, deixa eu passar
partners who have really also taken a lead
e
in
que também tem dado
together our training program. So may I start with
nosso treinamento.
Bom dia, todo mundo. My name is Sharon Brooks, UN Environment Program World
Eu
Conservation.
sou a Sharon
It's a pleasure to
Brooks.
be here, and I'm so sorry we can't be with you in person today.
Joe, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Joe Turner. I work in the Business Biodiversity team along with Sharon at UNEP WCMC, and yeah, looking forward to speaking with you all today. And we also have a third member of our team as well, Luca Kerner, who isn't online this morning, but he will be part of this training course as well.
Thank you very much, Joe. Then let me turn to our Norwegian counterparts. Mathilde, please go ahead.
Hello, good morning. My name is Matilda Lind. I work in the Norwegian Environment Agency in the section of petroleum. So it's a pleasure to be here today and for the further course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rangvald? Rangvald, are you online? Okay, may I just call on any other of our Norwegian partners, please, to introduce themselves. I see also Tor. Please go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, hi. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Tor Skudal.
Bom dia a todos. Lamentamos, mas estamos com problemas técnicos de som que deverão ser resolvidos o mais rapidamente possível para que possamos continuar a prestar-vos o serviço de interpretação. Lamentamos pelo incômodo causado.
Pillar in oil for development cooperation between Norway and Mozambique. So I'm really happy to be here and wish you all a very successful training the next coming 3 days. Thank you.
Can I call on other Norwegian colleagues who are online right now? Okay. Then, last but not least, our team, the UNEP team, please introduce yourself. Chidima?
Hello, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again online. My name is Chidima Zikikora, and I'm with the UNEP team. I'm hoping to interact with you guys today.
Many of you already know Chidima because she's also been very much behind the scenes in helping put together this training program. So thank you, Chi. Matt, please go ahead.
Bom dia a todos. Espero que me lembrem um pouquinho. Estivemos juntos há alguns anos. Infelizmente não estamos aí agora. So it's a pleasure to be back with you at a distance and working with Sharon and the rest of the team. And we look forward to the next 3 days.
Great. Thank you very much. And you will see the training team members at the end of your training program. So we have the training team profiles there. So just to give you an idea of how many people have contributed to really bringing together this very special training for you. We don't, at this stage, normally if we were all together, we would go around the table and introduce everybody. But I think at this stage, if I will just introduce the institutions who are present. And as we get to know each other over the next 3 days, when you present or take the floor, we will then ask you to present yourselves personally. So I just wanted to, again, thank DNAB for the valuable support and institutional goodwill that they have shown in helping bring together everyone in the room and also contributing to developing this training program. So, and there are a number of agencies within DNAB who are present, from the DLA, from the DGR. I mean, these are all the acronyms that you might be familiar with. Also from the Ministry of Environment, ANAC. AQUA as well is here with us. ITA is also with us. And of course, from the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, Mireme is with us. INP is also here in the room, and a number of other agencies attached to Mireme. I also would like to welcome INAMAR, whom we have also collaborated with in other previous trainings, so welcome. I see familiar names as well on our list. We have INAHINA, INAHINA, MTC, And we also have the Instituto de Investigação Pesqueria. So we also have a number of technical institutes with us. Welcome also to our university partners who are also in the room, and several of our EIA practitioners, national practitioners who have also been invited. Last but not least, I would like to welcome our provincial government participants who have, traveled quite some distances to make it for this training. So I thank you for your interest and your time. I welcome the provincial government from Cabo Delgado, Nampula, Zambezia, Sofala, Inhambane, Gaza, and of course from Maputo, Maputo regional government as well. So welcome everyone to the training. So before we officially really start, let me just give some introductory opening as well, just to help frame what our discussions will be about. So I think now I can share my screen. Let me see if this is going to work. Entire screen. So Chi, can you just confirm that you can see my screen now? Because it's not clear to me whether you can. Can you please confirm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see it.
You can see my screen now.
Wait, no, actually, no, I can't see you.
Can you see my screen now?
Nope, not
Okay.
yet.
Hold on, share screen. Okay, I need to.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
Do you see it now?
yes, I see it.
Right. Great. And then if I can just ask Rosanna and others in the room, if at any point there is a glitch, please stop us. You can take the floor and just tell us to stop. So because we don't know if there's a problem with the interpretation or the sound, etc. Okay. So just to give a course overview of what we will be covering for the next 3 days. Again, just a bit of background about why is UNEP involved in this work. For some of you who may not know, we have a collaboration with the government of Norway's current Oil for Development program, where we have been working for the last 5-6 years now, supporting governments in OFD countries to improve environmental management in the oil and gas sector, with the aim of preventing and reducing environmental risks associated with petroleum development. So that you heard Mr. Alexander make reference to some of the trainings we've provided on oil spills, for example, oil spill preparedness and response. And one of the key areas of work that we also do is we also try to develop and make more accessible trainings like this to governments and other national stakeholders on environment in the oil and gas sector. So some of our key services is providing direct technical assistance, for example, helping governments develop guidelines. In this case, in Iraq, for example, to develop oil contaminated site assessments, of which actually Matt has been involved in. We have also undertaken capacity needs assessment, institutional capacity needs assessment for strengthening environmental management in the oil and gas sector. And one of the countries that we had focused on is Mozambique, for which some of you may be familiar and were part of that process. As I mentioned, we have now a global training library of various topics related to environment and oil and gas, of which this is one topic area. For Mozambique, we've listed the trainings that have been delivered. Many of the trainings have been delivered thus far since 2017. So focusing on a foundation course, chemicals and waste management, on climate change issues. You have been involved in, especially, and then also a number of trainings related to oil spill preparedness and response. A number of trainings have involved Mozambique. in the past and in the future as well. So just to give you an idea, we have been providing training since 2017 to a number of countries. And if you are not yet part of our global network on LinkedIn, this is a platform. This is an informal platform where we bring together all of our trained participants from various governments and stakeholders so that you have a peer-to-peer support network where you can share resources and share latest news about upcoming events or new publications related to the environment and oil and gas sector. And increasingly, we're also putting a lot of materials related to climate-related issues and energy transition issues, if that's also something that you're interested in. We also have a webinar series. So we actually just concluded our webinar series this month on decommissioning, which Matt also contributed to. And we will be starting a new global webinar series next year focused on oil spill preparedness and response and looking at the environmental considerations specifically related to oil spill preparedness and response. So I hope you can follow us there. So coming back to this course, what are the learning objectives of this course? So essentially, we would like to raise awareness about the impacts of oil and gas development in environmentally sensitive areas to ensure that the biodiversity values are maintained or enhanced. We also want to learn about industry best practices on project level impact mitigation, drawing from case examples. And here we actually also have called on our partners from the industry to also provide some presentation. So you'll also, I hope we can have a really good discussion when our partner from IPCA comes on. Finally, we will also look at how to integrate biodiversity management best practice into Mozambique's environmental and social impact assessment processes. So again, you heard Jan make mention of the EIA process and support being provided by Norway to the government of Mozambique. So we hope to complement that and build on that and contribute to those discussions. So how will the training be delivered? So this is an example of a hybrid training where we are remote and you are in person, which is good, I think, in terms of at least being able to have the different institutions meet each other and work together. But the training team will be online. We will have some group work and some knowledge assessments also throughout the training. So just to give you an overview, you have the training program, so I won't go into so much detail. But essentially, I just want to point out that, you know, we will be together for the next 3 days, almost the whole day. So we really are very thankful and appreciative that you have also made the time to be together throughout for the next 3 days. At the end of each day, we will have team reflections, and we'll come back to that in a minute. And we will also continue to have knowledge assessments to just check whether we are, you know, gaining the knowledge that we would like to have at the end of this training. So many of you have done the baseline knowledge assessments. So thank you for that. And those of you who have not yet done, I believe there are only 3 persons left, participants who have not yet done the baseline knowledge assessment. So if you haven't had a chance to do that, please do so during the break this morning. That would be really appreciated. So the training needs assessment, thank you again. We see that many of you actually have not yet participated in any trainings related to environmental management in oil and gas production. So this is not necessarily a training that will give you that overview on oil and gas operations, but we will definitely touch on some of these key issues related to biodiversity considerations related to oil and gas operations. So many of you in the room have indicated that you have environmental impact assessment backgrounds also working as environmental regulators and implementers of legal legislation. So that's also very good because that is the focus of our training as well. So not many of you have expertise on oil and gas industry, and that's okay. We will. This is also an overview training, so we will definitely elaborate if there's something that is not clear to you on oil and gas industry issues. So again, with the baseline knowledge assessment, 32 out of 35 participants have completed it. It is part of a prerequisite for receiving a UNEP certificate is to complete both the baseline knowledge assessment and the final knowledge assessment at the end of the training. Okay, so please, it doesn't matter actually what score you get, but it's just that you complete it is more important. And we then, here are the scores, and we hope that we can definitely shift this, this graph towards the higher end by the end of this training. But it's already, you already have actually quite a very good knowledge base based on the baseline knowledge assessment. So just some ground rules. So, you know, we will obviously be virtual. We'll certainly also try to keep to time and give you the amount of breaks that is needed to get some mental break. So I think since all of you are in one location, that's also easy for you to then also meet each other and talk. Just let us know if there is a problem on your side from a technical point of view, and we'll do our best to address it. Okay. So for Q&A, like we'll see how best to handle the Q&A, but it's best if you go up to the podium so we see who's speaking. But let's see how that will work when we handle the Q&A after each of the presentation. Okay. So we'll come back to this on the team reflections. The team reflections are important because then they lead up to the action plans that we will be working on at the end of day 3. Okay, so I'll come back to this at the end of the day today. So are there any questions so far with regards to the overview, the course overview? Are there any questions so far?
Marisol, não temos nenhuma pergunta por enquanto.
Okay, thank you, Rosanna. All right. Okay. Any further comments or questions from our team at this point before we start? Okay. So with that, I think we can officially start with Module 1. So Module 1 is really about understanding why is it important to look at you know, the biodiversity components and considerations related to oil and gas operations, especially in environmentally sensitive areas. Well, why is it important? So Module 1 is really an introduction to this training and giving us the context of why we want to focus on this topic. So Matt, may I call on you to share your screen already? And you could start with the first module, making the case for biodiversity and ecosystem services in the context of oil and gas operations.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's coming on. Perfect.
Do we see the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Marisol. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear from my side.
Great. Outra vez, bom dia a todos. Hope you're sitting comfortably. This introduction, as Marisol explained, is just to give you a taste or a short overview. So, as you know, the course is on upstream oil and gas operations in environmentally sensitive areas. Module 1, impacts and the business case for mitigation. The learning objectives for this morning's session is to increase your awareness of the need to manage the impacts of oil and gas developments in areas of biodiversity value to ensure their values are maintained or enhanced. When we say biodiversity value, just to give you a reminder, we're talking about areas that are high in biodiversity or that have important biodiversity. That can be coastal zone, it can be rainforests. Second point is to understand spatial planning approaches to avoid or mitigate impacts from oil and gas development. Learn about industry best practice on project level impact mitigation, drawing on case study examples and guidance material from leading organizations. As you know, there are a number of manuals and guidelines that have been produced by various industry players and NGOs that relate to minimizing impacts and mitigating. And finally, to establish how to integrate biodiversity management best practice approaches in Mozambique's environmental and social impact assessment process. The content of the module is to make the case for biodiversity and ecosystem services in the context of oil and gas. That means to emphasize the need for strengthening biodiversity and ecosystem services and mitigating impacts. So we're going to share a case study on the biodiversity and ecosystem services management in a natural gas project in Tanzania, Songo Songo, where I worked a lot. It's quite similar to the Inhansoro Sasol project in many ways, in terms of time, when it started and what it's doing, but it's in a different environment from the one in Mozambique. And in making the case, we're also going to discuss the key biodiversity and conservation concepts and national planning and management. That's what goes on at the kind of government level. We're going to discuss the industry overview in the upstream oil and gas sector, the industry in a global context, the industry value chain and the life cycle, and the Mozambique context especially. We're going to look at the impacts on biodiversity and ecosystem services, so BES, biodiversity and ecosystem services, throughout the project life cycle. We're going to look at the different types of impacts, and we're going to look at the impacts across the project life cycle, from exploration to production to decommissioning. Then there's going to be a little quiz, preguntinhas, and then we're going to have an overview of the EIS process and the introduction to the mitigation hierarchy. The mitigation hierarchy is the kind of system where it's a series of steps which may end up with something that's called offsets. But it starts with avoid, minimize. We'll discuss these later. So, making the case for biodiversity ecosystem services in the context of oil and gas, part 1.1. As I said, the natural gas project in Tanzania will be a case study, and then we'll discuss in more detail the biodiversity conservation concepts and what goes on at the national planning level and the management. Tanzania. So at the top here, you can see there's Dar es Salaam, the industrial economic capital of Tanzania on the coast. And offshore, down here, is a group of islands, the archipelago of Songo Songo. Somehow similar to the Bazaruto archipelago, but it's 20 kilometers offshore. And gas was discovered there in 1974. And for 20 or 30 years, during the Nyeri days, not a lot happened. Seismic surveys were conducted, and 12 wells were drilled in the license area. You can see these little white dots. These are the gas wells. 7 wells of the 12 are currently in use. In fact, there was a blowout of one of the wells, and it just burnt for days and days. In 2004, that's when the first gas started to flow to Dar es Salaam from Songo Songo Island along a pipe under the sea for 22 kilometers, on land in a trench, underneath the Rufiji River, and all the way north up to Dar es Salaam. That was the first project in Tanzania related to the oil and gas sector. And since then, Tanzania has been using its own gas to generate mostly electricity for industry. And I think at the moment, about 40% of the country's electricity comes from natural gas. In 2016, the Tanzanian government owned an infrastructure facility which was completed. So in 2016, a second gas processing plant was constructed on the island of Songo Songo to access gas from another gas field. And a second pipe was constructed to bring the gas across to the mainland. And it was then, that gas was then joined into the main pipeline. Just to give you an idea of the kind of challenges related to constructing an oil and gas plant or drilling a well on an island offshore Tanzania. So the red dot here is the well. And what is in this red square is everything that's on the drilling site. So there is a cement plant, there is a mud treatment plant for the drilling muds, there are offices, there are workshops, and there is a reverse osmosis unit to produce water from the sea. All the orange text is the waste which is generated. So as you can see from the drilling site, there's solid waste, packaging, liquid waste, oily muds, rock cuttings, waste, cement, saline water, oils, waste and scrap. And there are plastics. Then there is the accommodation camp where about 100 people are working for maybe 3 months. And they also produce waste. And every day they go backwards and forwards to the drilling site. These are the specialized skilled workers. They have 2 shifts, so they work 24/7. The local village supplies unskilled employment, but it also interacts with the accommodation camp. There's trade between the village and the camp, and inevitably there is sex activities going on, and there's all kinds of health and safety issues associated with that, and there's also employment. So this is the kind of issues that take place on a drilling site. And in the case of Songo Songo, all the materials have to be supplied by sea. So there's issues of navigation, transportation, and oil spill contingency plans for vessels who are transporting this equipment by sea. It's a lot simpler when you're drilling on land. To give you an idea further of the issues, this is the red line here is what's called the Rufiji Mafia Kilwa Ramsar site. There's Mafia Island, there's a Rufiji Delta, the largest mangrove delta in East Africa, and Songo Songo Island is down here. So Songo Songo Island is within the Ramsar site, which was designated in 2006. As you know, Ramsar sites are wetlands designated to be of international importance due to their biodiversity. These days, traditionally they were swamps and marshes and river areas, and now they also include mangroves and even coral reefs. And parties to the Convention of Ramsar are expected to manage these sites to maintain its ecological integrity. This, if you read the Ramsar mandate, this includes that EIAs are mandatory, that the government agencies should work with the contractors to minimize the impacts and maintain the ecological integrity of the site. This is particularly useful for areas, it's particularly useful for protecting areas in countries where there is no EIA legislation. And that was the case in 2004 in Tanzania, 2005. There was no national EIA legislation. Now there is, same in Mozambique. And these days, most countries do have EIA legislation. So the main sequence of activities of the gas project, which originally started in 2002, so that was before EIA legislation. So the legislative framework, which was quite thin in those days, preliminary surveys and geological evaluations, seismic surveys, exploration drilling, pipeline installation, construction of the gas processing plant and production, and then there is ongoing well and infrastructure maintenance. So you can see here, this is the flare stack at Songo Songo Island, and most of the island is natural vegetation. In the background here, you can see the second gas processing plant, which has been constructed on Songo Songo Island. The first one is run by the private sector. The second one is run by the government. So there are different issues there. And they're all surrounded by coral reefs and very sensitive habitats. When the gas plant was being constructed, and here you can see in the bottom of the picture, there's the jetty facility, which brings in 3 pipes of gas and exports 1 pipe to the mainland. This is the plant itself. There's the flare stack over here. And at the time, particularly because this was a project that was financed by the World Bank, so they had very stringent requirements on environmental and social assessment and management plan. So the ESMP required that Songas, the company, implement an ESMP for the construction. And contractors were selected for the job, and they developed a series of monitoring activities, from checking the baobab trees, some of them have religious significance, doing counts of bats that live in caves, and morcegos that live in caves, shorebirds, monitoring the marine life in the zona intertidal, the intertidal zone, and also monitoring the coral reefs in the area. Other things that were issued, the issues that were identified and were monitored, was atmospheric emissions, marine discharges, especially the produced water. This is once the project was up and running. The noise generation, the light emission, the non-renewable resources, and accidental events. And then in 2014, 2016, the second gas plant was constructed, as I say, by the Tanzanian government at a cost of 1.2 billion, financing 95% from Exim Bank of China. Now, the Exim Bank of China does not have the same environmental and social requirements as the World Bank. So they don't follow the Equator Principles, and they spend the money and get the job done. This is the additional pipe that was installed. That's the green one is the original one from Songo Songo, and the red one is the new one that was installed, and that continues all the way down, almost to the border with Mozambique, to Mnazi Bay. And in Mnazi Bay, there is another gas plant. So Tanzania now has 3 gas plants supplying gas to Dar es Salaam. Some of them required an ESMP, an environmental and social monitoring plan, and some of them didn't. Thank you for that. Do we take questions at this point in time?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Are you finished with the presentation, or you're just pausing right now?
We're pausing right now, but we go on to the state of biodiversity.
Okay. Any questions so far from Matt's side on the case study? So you probably have about 15 minutes, Matt, but please continue then. Doesn't look like we have questions right now.
Okay, let's go back to where I was here. Okay, sorry about that. Where are we?
There. Okay, then next, I think.
Okay, so that's a case study from Tanzania, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with many of the issues and the challenges that Tanzania experienced, because I know that the Sasol project was being constructed at more or less the same time. But as I say, that was on land, which is a lot simpler. And of course, there are other issues, pipelines going through farmland and those kind of things. We're now going to touch on key biodiversity and conservation concepts and national planning and management. So, give you a little bit of background, the state of biodiversity globally. Many of you may be familiar with the species which are at risk in the different groups. So the legend on the right gives you the IUCN red list categories. So what we're mainly focusing on really is this orange and reds. So critically endangered species, many plants, and I'm sure relevant to Mozambique in certain parts of the landscape and the forests. Also amphibians, coral reefs, sharks and rays, more and more are critically endangered, very much endangered. Mammals as well, and then insects, bird life, and perhaps less gastropods, and some species of fish also. So the blue line here is the estimate. So all projects these days need to be aware of what is the biodiversity in their area of influence. And many lending agencies, such as African Development Bank and European banks and other banks, will require information on biodiversity, levels of biodiversity threat in the area of influence. And the state of biodiversity in Mozambique, as most of you probably know, the number of threatened species, if you look at the left top here, also, as in many parts of the world, is going up over time. In 2002, there weren't many numbers of threatened species, perhaps 50. In 2014, it's almost 150. So it's 3 times more in the space of 12 years. And which are the groups where there are most threatened organisms? Are birds, mammals, reptiles. So the birds, the mammals, and the reptiles have a significant number of threatened species, also a significant number of endemics, species that only occur in Mozambique. So Mozambique is very lucky in that way. You have many reptiles and a number of birds and a few mammals which only occur in Mozambique. And on the right-hand column here, we have the marine and coastal ecosystems, freshwater ecosystems, and terrestrial ecosystems, and which are the ones which are well more protected, or moderately protected, or poorly protected. So the least protected are the terrestrial ecosystems, possibly also because there are many more of them in the bigger areas, but the freshwater ecosystems are perhaps very poorly represented in Mozambique under protection. The marine and coastal ecosystem has a big 30% perhaps, which is moderately protected, and a small percentage which are well protected. This must be the places like Inhacar Island, like the Bazaruto Archipelago, like the Primeiras and Segundas Islands in the north. It's important that the developers understand what's going on in the biodiversity state in the country and the project areas, what areas within those countries are under formal protection, which also allows them to consider ways of supporting governments to improve the situation. The habitats in the northern Mozambique Channel, for those of you who are familiar with this, it is the second richest area in the world in terms of coral reef biodiversity. That's northern Mozambique Channel. In fact, it does include the Comoros Islands, I believe, and southern Tanzania, but there is a kind of big circle here, which is considered the richest marine biodiversity in the Indian Ocean. Okay, it's also strategic shipping passage, and it's also a rich fishing ground for industrial fishing and for small-scale fishers. The black habitats here are coral reefs. Ecosystem services We mentioned it before at the beginning. So what is ecosystem services? Well, there are four main sorts. There's ones which are called regulating services, like mangroves. They regulate against storms and wave surges, and they regulate the coastal erosion and trap sediment. There's a provisioning, that's food in many cases. So different kinds of grain, biodiversity of plant material. There's cultural, which are environments or species, like I mentioned, the baobabs and songo, which are biodiversity elements, which are important and benefit people. And there are supporting services, like bees that pollinate, and organic material that develops into soils. So these are the four main biodiversity ecosystem services that benefit people. Key conservation concepts and responses. Protected areas. Areas which are afforded legal or other effective protection to achieve a long-term conservation of nature. So there's a picture of Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania, but you're familiar with protected areas in Mozambique. Some of them are becoming very well established now and in good shape. And here's some araras from the Amazonia. On the left, areas which are important for biodiversity. They may not be protected, but they may be important, and they're identified on the basis of biodiversity values, often using standardized assessment criteria, which allows different parts of the world to be compared in terms of the numbers and species and the status of the species and their rarity and so on. The key protected areas in Mozambique. So, as I said before, you have a number. You can see here all these green patches are protected areas in Mozambique, and also on the coastline, Primeiras e Segundas, and up here around towards in Cabo Delgado, and down here in Bazaruto, and down here in Nhaca. So the key features are the areas are delineated, they are defined, and they are managed for nature conservation. And they have a legal basis in national law. They are in a country which has international conventions and agreements, and their status with respect to customary law or land tenure is also defined. So there may be some areas which local communities are allowed to collect timber, certain amounts, or to fish it with the traditional measures, and those will be under customary law and land tenure. But what happens outside of the protected areas? So, according to recent studies, 20% of the threatened species occur outside of protected areas. So it's important how to consider how unique and irreplaceable the species or an ecosystem is. What do we do with those species which are outside the areas? So once again, this is the IUCN red list categories. So we are really focused on the red and the orange ones, from the critically endangered, such as the hawksbill turtle, which was on the previous slide, to endangered and vulnerable. And 20% of these threatened species are out there in farmland, in fishing grounds, outside of protected areas. As I said before, there were some standard assessment procedures for measuring the biodiversity, and this has contributed to what's called key biodiversity areas. These are sites that significantly contribute to the global persistence of biodiversity. That's the definition according to IUCN. And there are 24 KBAs recorded on the world database for Mozambique. So these are 24 areas which are key biodiversity areas. And additional sites identified through recent national assessment. So there are 30 now, and you can see them all along here. And some of them will overlap with some of the protected areas that we looked at before, but not all of them. So there may be a number of key biodiversity areas which may, in time, become the focus of conservation activities and with the government and the relevant ministries. As I mentioned, most countries are signatories to various international agreements to do with the environment. And the foremost amongst them is the Convention on Biological Diversity, the UNESCO World Heritage Convention, and the Ramsar Wetland Convention, which we talked about with respect to Songo. In Mozambique, you have an important document that's called the National Strategy and Action Plan for Biological Diversity in Mozambique, 2015 to 2035. So that's current. One would expect, or we hope, that the document is being followed. And it states that in 2035, the ecological, socioeconomic, and cultural value of biodiversity in Mozambique will contribute directly to improving the quality of life of Mozambicans, derived from its integrated management, conservation, and fair and equitable utilization. So that's a challenge to ensure that the biodiversity is going to contribute through its management and its conservation. It should contribute to the life quality of the people of the country. How are we going to do that? Well, in most countries these days, they use what's called the ecosystem approach. Instead of conserving one tree, you conserve the ecosystem in which the tree is located. That's a simple example. But the strategy is for an integrated management of land, water, and living resources that promotes conservation and sustainable use in an equitable way. And the key themes in doing that are conservation, of course, protect the species, systems thinking, integrating, being aware of what is going on in the environment. At the spatial scale, there's no point protecting a mangrove on the coast that's on a river if you don't protect what's happening up the river. Because when you get floods, as Mozambique knows, a lot of sediment can come down and that will affect the mangroves and the coral reefs. So it's looking at systems and spatial scales, considering always sustainable development. So building, planning in a sustainable way that allows the other systems to function. And overall, the element of human interaction. So these are key themes that need to be considered and analyzed and worked together. Biodiversity in ESIAs and SCAs. Well, you all know about the environmental and social impact assessments, which are now mandatory for all these projects. And you also know about the strategic environmental assessment, the SCA, which is a bigger study, a higher level, which in many cases will guide the individual ESIAs. These two assessments are key components of an integrated management approach. The ESA needs to consider biodiversity, including mechanisms for compensation to prevent and mitigate impacts from development projects, and simultaneously the SEA to ensure compliance with existing policies, plans, and instruments. So this is how it's defined in your National Strategy and Action Plan for Biodiversity Conservation in Mozambique, the 2015, the document from the previous slide. So you have the building blocks to guide the sector and to protect the biodiversity. The challenge, of course, is to put it all together. So the key messages really are the biodiversity, it forms the basis of ecosystems, it underpins ecosystem services. It protects areas, protected areas are one of the cornerstones, critical point of in situ conservation, but significant biodiversity values exist outside protected areas. So we must never forget what's going on outside the protected areas. Key biodiversity areas are always identified based on known biodiversity values. Many, as we say, are not protected. The ecosystem approach can enable sustainable development that conserves biodiversity through integrated management of land, water, and living resources. And the ESA and SEAs need to consider biodiversity and are key components of an integrated management approach. Mais uma vez, perguntinhas?
Thank you very much, Matt. At this stage, let me just also ask Joe if there's anything else you wanted to add to Matt's presentation.
No, that's fine. No, that's great. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the floor? Again, module 1 is really just to give a context to our training, why we're looking at these issues and why it's important. So, and we're trying to also draw from examples from the region, and also in terms of current efforts in the country to address many of these issues already. So is there anybody who would like to comment? If there are no questions, but you can also comment and share your thoughts and reflections from the presentation.
Do we have a microphone that's going round?
Yeah, I think so. So
Here we go.
If you can please introduce yourself and your institution before you start. Thanks.
No, I'm not catching that.
Hold on, maybe the interpretation is coming.
I'm not catching it in Portuguese.
Okay, you're not catching it in Portuguese either, okay.
Sim?
Yes.
Muito obrigado.
Hello, good morning. First, I would like to congratulate the speakers for the first presentations. I have a couple of questions. The first one regarding the oil and gas project in Songo Songo in Tanzania. I realized that it was implemented in a rich ecosystem, particularly regarding marine ecosystem. There are plenty of coral reefs and mangroves. But I wonder if in that area traditional fishing activities were taking place previously. Which mitigation measures were implemented to reduce the impact on the traditional fishing activities in the area? If I understood correctly, because the sound comes and goes. The second question is related to the second presentation. Over recent years, the number of endangered species in the country has increased significantly. Apparently, we have around 150 endangered or threatened species in the country. Which criteria are used to establish the number of threatened species in the country? And finally, if you allow me, I have a third question. With your permission, of course. You mentioned the strategy for biodiversity. You've mentioned the spatial scale. the preservation of the biodiversity values. But you've mentioned the interaction between environment and human beings. The last feature was human interaction. Can you please elaborate a bit on that very last feature? And thank you very much.
Could you just introduce yourself and your
Bom dia mais
institution,
uma
please?
vez. Chamo-me Rafael Bruno de Moraes, sou técnico do Instituto de Desenvolvimento de Pesca e Aquacultura.
From the aquatic and fish.
The interaxio interpreters on the English channel to please turn off the Portuguese background sound so that we can hear.
See,
because it's very difficult for us to hear the Portuguese and English at the same time. So if you can, the interpreter for the English channel, if you can please turn off the Portuguese sound. Okay, thank you. Matt, can I just ask you to take the floor then to answer those questions as best as you can?
Yeah, I'd love to. I need some more information because I could only hear the Portuguese and it was breaking up. I know there were some questions about what were the mitigation measures for the Songo Songo project.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'll address that, and then maybe if the other questions can be put in a chat box, it might be easier for me to see them. I couldn't see when you're sharing screen, it's difficult to have all the other functions. But
yes.
Okay, voltando ao Songo Songo Island. So that's a good question. Thank you, Rafael. When the project of Songo Songo was started, there was a comprehensive EIA conducted by the funding agency, and they had some consultants from Canada that came and did it in 2002, before EIA legislation in Tanzania had been formalized. So it was quite a comprehensive study. I've seen the document. It took many, many months. And there were a number of mitigation measures that they defined, and they insisted that the project, and one of the most significant ones that I worked a lot on Songo Songo over the years and during the construction. And one of the rules of the project, in fact, was that no waste would stay on the island. Zero. All the waste had to be removed. There was no burial of waste on the island because the island has a very shallow water table. And the fear was that any waste from the drilling project or the construction that was buried on the island could penetrate into the shallow water table, which is about 25 meters below the land. And there's 4,000 people living on the island, and they use that water every day. So rule number one, or mitigation measure number one, was no waste on the island. Everything had to be transported off the island to the mainland. And they had to be distributed to recycling centers and to incinerators or whatever was necessary. That was one of the really important mitigation measures. Another one was about sexually transmitted diseases. Again, because there's a population of 4,000 people living, farming, fishing on the island of Songo Songo. And as you know, in Mozambique, it's the same. When you have a construction project, you get workers coming from all over the country to get the jobs. And you also get some ladies coming from all over the country to get some jobs. So during a 1 year of construction, the village was busy. And the project insisted that we have HIV training program every week and distribution of condoms free for everybody working on the project. Now you can imagine in a remote village like that, that was a bit of a joke. And many people in the end were stealing the condoms and selling them in the village shops. But the two major concerns were waste and of sexually transmitted diseases. Because the island community being so small, the impact of HIV and other sexually transmitted diseases in the village could have a significant effect on the community, especially because the health services are quite poor. Another condition was that the project should support the health center on the village. In fact, they built a whole new building and they got a doctor and they installed electricity so that the health center could have a fridge, and the fridge they can keep medicines and vaccinations. So there was a significant mitigation measures related to health, especially sexually transmitted diseases, STIs. And there was a very strong emphasis on waste management and that everything should leave the island. And by the time the project was constructed, it was clean. And the World Bank environmental managers used to visit every 6 months, randomly every 6 months, so unannounced, to check that the mitigation measures which had been defined in the EIA were being implemented. There was nothing really to do with fishing, because there was no significant impacts on fisheries. There was monitoring of environmental issues as I described, but really for mitigation, those health and safety requirements were very stringent for all the personnel working on the site, and emergency procedures, and that's kind of standard project stuff. Okay, so I hope that answered the question.
Thanks, Matt. Meanwhile, I mean, you can perhaps right now stop sharing the screen so you can look at the chat box. There are a few questions actually on the chat function, starting from Julieta. Julieta, would you like to take the floor and ask your question and introduce? You can also just stay seated. You don't have to go to the podium, but just introduce yourself and your institution, and you can ask your question. From Julieta Hetimane. Is Julieta on the floor or calling in? Yeah. Okay. We see you. Great.
Bom dia a todos. Obrigada pela oportunidade. Meu nome
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Julieta Chitumain, and I'm from External Consulting. I would like to thank you. The presentations were quite illustrative, and I'd like to ask some clarification in relationship to intervention that was made regarding the preservation of mangroves, that we need to protect the mangroves, the rivers, but we also have to protect, I'd like to know in more detail how we can better protect the mangroves.
Okay. Matt, would you like to take that on?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to apologize to my colleague, Joe Turner. Joe, I'm very sorry about running through into your part. It wasn't clear to me where we were going to break up. So, desculpa a todos, o nosso colega aqui, o Joe Turner, teve de fato de contribuir a sua parte dessa.
He was going to contribute to this part of the presentation.
Okay, so the question about mangroves, I just use it as an example, really, that if you're looking at the ecosystem approach and you're thinking about spatial planning, it's difficult to protect a mangrove forest on the coast. And we're talking about mangroves in a river estuary mangrove, and there's plenty in Mozambique. if you're protecting a river estuary mangrove, you need to think about the river basin, because what goes down the river basin will come out into the estuary. It will also affect the sardine fishery and anything else that's in the estuary. So if you're protecting mangrove, it's just an example that the systems are linked. The mangrove is on the coast, but it's at the base of a river, and the river goes up into the mountains. If you're using toxic pesticides and fertilizers and bad agricultural practice, you're going to have impacts and sediment which are going to be transported down the river, and that will affect the mangroves. So that's just an example of what you need to think about. If you are protecting an estuary, you need to think about the catchment. Does that, Julieta, respondeu a pergunta?
Thank you. Thanks, Matt. There are actually
Tem duas perguntas adicionais que eu quero tentar esclarecer. Simplesmente, intérpretes.
Can you just turn off? Yes, thank you. Matt, if you look at the chat box, there's also two questions. So maybe I'll ask Nehemias Mongoy. So I think both Nehemias Mongoy and Paulino Chagunda are calling in online. So can you just ask both your questions, and then Matt will take them together. So maybe we'll start with Nehemias. Would you like to introduce yourself and ask your question, please? Nehemias? Okay. Oh, he's also online in the room. Okay.
Bom dia. Eu sou Neemias Mongoy, da Direção Nacional do Ambiente.
And then in the presentation that Matthew made, we're trying to implement the project in the area in which it was. Would like to have more details on the area that you presented. The sound was a little broken. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
so
I'm
the
sorry.
Project, and then so he wanted just more details about the Songo Songo project, which I think we can provide, Matt, if there's a write-up as well. And then maybe I'll turn to Paulino to ask his question, and then you can take both questions together. Paulino? There.
Paulino, okay.
My question is the following. Construção and the construction of pipeline in Zongo Zongo and for the problems that were identified, and which were the mitigation measures that were followed up in that regard. The construction of the pipeline certainly had to be complementing the area.
Question, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I see from Nehemias and from Paulino. Shall I answer?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I'll answer in English. Okay, I'll just go through these last questions now so that we're done. As I said before, the impacts on fisheries were not considered significant because most of the project was on land. And there was only some transportation, a few barges and tugboats bringing equipment to the site. So fisheries was not an issue during the construction of the LNG, of the gas processing plant. There were some issues with fisheries during some seismic surveys. There were seismic surveys on land, but there was also a number of seismic surveys at the sea. And there was, as always, and in many parts of the world, seismic surveys and fishing nets can be a problem. So to avoid the problem with seismic survey vessels who are pulling the streamers over the sea, interfering with the nets, they had two small boats that were going around in advance to make sure that there were no fishing nets in the way. But before that, there was very focused communication with all the fishing community that on this day, the seismic survey will be in this place. So please do not leave your nets or your fish traps, your madema, in this area on this day. So generally speaking, that worked. And that was very temporary inconvenience. Then the other question from Rafael was on the factors that have contributed to the increase in the threatened species in Mozambique in the years. This is to do with the slide, I guess. Well, I haven't studied the document, but I can imagine that the factors that have contributed to the numbers of species, one of them is the one that we don't like to talk about, is population growth. So there's more people in the landscape, there's more people farming, there's more people needing firewood, there's more people cutting forests. So these factors, as you can imagine, are squeezing biodiversity more and more into smaller and smaller areas. So inevitably, it's the human biodiversity impact which is increasing over time and resulting in species being squeezed, populations are being affected, and their threatened status is going up. So that's happening in Mozambique, it's happening in Tanzania, it's happening in the United Kingdom, it's happening all over the world. And that's a real focus of conservation energy these days. Returning to Songo Songo, what were the impacts? A construção no Parque Nacional, impactos diretos foram identificados com as medidas. So I discussed already the main impacts from the construction were on waste, on sexually transmitted diseases impacting on the local communities, but also there were other impacts identified on the pipeline because there were so many coral reefs around the area. So the project had to select a route for the pipeline that would avoid the coral reefs. And then when the pipeline reaches the mainland, 22 kilometers, it is trenched. So they excavate a channel and they bury the pipeline. And that really, there was no issue over there. The main impact was to avoid the coral reefs, to make sure that there are no anchors on the pipe laying barge. The barge, the ship, which installs the pipeline, is a very big barge, very flat barge with a lot of equipment on it. And it has anchors in all four corners. So it is moving by pulling anchors, and it has boats which pull the anchors, and it lifts up the anchors at the back. So there's a lot of anchoring going on. And that was a big challenge. And it was an impact which was predicted, quantified, defined, and then mitigation measures were designed for that. The question here about of the 12 wells, there was an explosion. Yeah, so that's a good question. So there were 12 wells originally drilled in Songo Songo in the 70s. Now, I wasn't there in the 70s, but I know a colleague of mine was there. And one of the wells, when they were finishing the well project, there was a blowout and the gas caught fire and there was a flame shooting into the sky that they told me lasted for days. And the villagers, the elders in the village still remember the blowout of a gas well on land. Eventually, the gas reservoir reduced and the flame went down, and basically it went out, and they closed it. So luckily, there was no collateral impact from the well which exploded. Nobody really talks about it, but it did happen, and it was a long time ago. It was in the mid-70s, and the population on Songo Songo Island in the mid-70s was probably about 200 people. So it's very different from today, but that did happen. And as far as I know, there were no casualties and there was nobody injured. I think I've been.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much, Matt. So this is really a great start, I think, to our discussions, because we will continue to explore many of these issues in different ways throughout the training. And so we really welcome your questions and also reflections, and come to us to also share your experiences as well. And so we would like to then, I think, pause now for a tea and coffee break. I think we're right on time. So if we can come back to the room in 15 minutes. So we're about 5 minutes just off, but so we'll come back, let's say at 10:50 to start, to continue module 1, but then also welcoming our partner from IPICA to provide an industry perspective on these issues related to biodiversity and oil and gas. So come back on time. That would be great, so we can continue to stick to our training program. So have a good coffee tea break, and we'll see you back here at 10:50. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Obrigado.
Thank you, Matt. Oh, I forgot to give you a virtual hand clap.
Prazer é todo meu.
I was going to give you a virtual hand clap. Thank you. And also thank you to Joe Turner for contributing to the technical presentation for module 1.1. Okay, I'm going to have, thank you, Joe. Okay. Chi, are you online right now?
Yes, Martha, I'm online.
Okay. We just need to do a bit of logistics when people come back related to the PowerPoint slides for module 1. Did we get the translations back already?
No, we haven't.
Could we follow up on that?
I already did, like 2 times today.
Okay.
This conversation is in the meeting room.
So welcome, Artemis. I see that you're online. Nice to see you again.
Yes, hi Marisol. Thanks for the welcome.
It's been a couple of years now, but nice to see you, even if it's virtual.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
Great. Okay. I would like to check the people in the room where time just went by very quickly. I also lost track. So if we can ask everyone to come back to the room. Great. So while people are coming back, I just wanted to say a few logistics on our end. The PowerPoint slides are being translated. Unfortunately, Module 1 translated slides is not yet ready, but I'm hoping we can still receive it today. So we hope to share with you the translated slides. So that's the first thing I wanted to mention. We will also share with you the English version slides, which are a little bit different, but it's okay. It's the same thing, just slightly updated. But we will also share you both the English and also the translated Portuguese slides. So you have that with you. And it would be good to review it throughout the training. And you can also then, of course, share it with colleagues. These will be shared in PDF files. The second thing I wanted to mention while people are coming back is also then to help our interpreters interpret efficiently, if we can just ask colleagues in the room to speak more loudly and slowly. I know it's not easy with the masks on, so if you can just speak a bit more loud than usual, and then we can get everything that you're saying from the interpretation angle. Okay. So, I think with that, I see many people in the room now. And let me ask then our colleagues and welcome our colleagues from IPICA. So Artemis, I think I'd love to now have you on screen. So I'd like to introduce to you Artemis Costarelli, who is from IPICA. And so she will introduce what IPICA is if you're not familiar. And also then share some industry perspectives on these issues.
Great, thanks Marisol for the invitation. It's great to be at the Oil for Development training, even virtually. So the presentation will be delivered by myself and by my colleague Madeleine Gray, who is also on the line. And as you said, yes, we will kick off with some we will provide an overview of what IPICA is and does, and then we will go through the oil and gas, how it works, and what oil and gas is, and its contribution into the whole SDGs and in the context of the 21st century. So thanks very much for the intro, and I think that we're ready to start. So Madeleine, over to you to kick off. Thanks.
Sure. Is somebody sharing the slides?
Okay, so I can do that. Let me do that.
Okay.
I have it open just in case I thought. So it's good. Do you see my screen now?
I do, yes.
Yes. And I just want to confirm these are your slides now. Yes?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, and then I see also, I think that Sharon has a part in this presentation.
Yeah, I think it was myself and Artemis, and then Sharon at the end.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, great. So yeah, as Artemis said, thank you very much for having us today. We're very excited to be here, even virtually. So Artemis and myself will share a little bit today about the oil and gas industry in the global context, obviously about IPICA and who we are, and then we'll speak through the oil and gas value chain and life cycle. And then we'll be handing over to Sharon to talk through the Mozambique context. So next slide, please. So first of all, a little bit about IPECA and who we are, in case you haven't heard of us. So we are the Global Oil and Gas Industry Association for Advancing Environmental and Social Performance. Our vision is to advance the oil and gas industry's environmental and social performance and contribution to the energy transition in the context of sustainable development. So this is part of our new 2021 strategy to take into consideration the energy transition and the oil and gas industry's role in the energy transition in the current day. We were formed in 1974, and actually the reason we were first born was at the request of the UN Environment Programme. So we were developed to initially be a primary channel of communication between the oil and gas industry and the UN. So that was one of our original missions, and it remains one of our primary goals today. So we have lots of connections with the UN. We're the only global association who involves both upstream and downstream oil and gas. So our membership covers the full life cycle of oil and gas development. And next slide, please. Thank you. So here you can see our full membership. We have about 60 or so members, although this is constantly changing. For example, we actually had a new member joining us just today. So I think we might be now around 64 members. We have both company members, so that could be international and national oil and gas companies, and also association members. So those would be other industry associations, both international ones and also for different countries. And this allows us to stay connected with the full industry. Next slide, please. I wanted to also just quickly mention the CSBI, or the Cross-Sector Biodiversity Initiative. So this is a cross-industry collaboration between IPECA, ICMM, which is the International Council on Mining and Metals, and the Equator Principles Association. So the CSBI is a cross-industry learning platform between the oil and gas, mining, and finance sectors. And we've actually developed a number of guidance documents through the CSBI, which are applicable across those three sectors. And some of those might be mentioned during the workshop as well. So I think at this point, I'm handing over to Artemis.
Yes, great. Thank you, Madeline. So first of all, yes, we tried to be very quickly about when we talked about what IPECA is and does, but of course we're very willing to provide more detail on how we deliver all this work and so on. So yes, here I just want to set the context for why we're talking about oil and gas over the next few days. So the oil and gas industry accounts for more than 57% of the total global fuel consumption, and the industry produces on average 96.3 million barrels of oil per day, according to the 2016 statistics. In 2020, actually, this has been a little bit lower, so that was around 88 million barrels of oil per day, and I guess that it is because of the pandemic. So all in all, it's actually 2 liters for each person per day. Upstream oil and gas alone is expected to invest 700 billion per year out to 2040 to help meet the global energy demand. 3/4 of this occurs in non-OPEC countries. OPEC is actually the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, and you may already know that members of like OPEC countries are like, for example, in Africa, Algeria, Angola, Congo, Libya, Nigeria, and of course it has other member countries, for example, in Middle East like Saudi Arabia, and in Latin America, for example, Venezuela. And next slide, please. Right, so here I just want to emphasize the role of the industry and how it contributes to sustainable development. And this happens actually in a number of different ways. For example, the oil and gas industry provides jobs and generates direct employment opportunities throughout the supply chain, like for example, with the contractors that work for the industry as well as with the suppliers that work for the industry. It also enables the development of advanced technologies and products through investment in research and development. And for example, it also provides the fuel for the global transportation system for the road transportation, rail and aviation. And it also supplies access to energy that enables economic activity and social development. So here, these graphics actually emphasize the role of the industry and how it supports the sustainable development. So providing access to affordable, reliable, modern energy is one of the most important contributions of the oil and gas industry. And today there are around 1.2 billion people that do not have access to energy. So energy is really essential for the growth of strong economies, for good quality of life and the eradication of poverty. Meeting the world's energy needs in a world of around 9 billion people, which is actually the left-hand side graphics, the 2035 energy system, implies an increase in primary energy demand from around 575 exajoules today to 720 exajoules in 2035. And this is after factoring in energy efficiency and conservation measures. And to help put that into context, a single exajoule is actually 1 quintillion joules, or 174 million barrels of oil equivalent. As the world moves towards fulfilling the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, which we will be covering later in our presentation, this need for energy means that oil and gas will continue to play an important role for the decades to come. And the IEA World Energy Outlook projects that 49% of primary energy usage will be met by oil and gas in 2035, which is actually the bottom right pie chart that you see on your screens right now. Next slide, please. So on this, on the last diagram that I just mentioned, although the oil and gas industry will continue to play a role in meeting the future energy demand, it is estimated that by 2035, just over 50% of our energy will come from other sources. And increasingly, energy is being produced from alternative energy sources, such as biofuels and renewables. And this graphic, which you can see here, and specifically the right-hand side, the IA 2-degree scenario, comes from the International Energy Agency and breaks down predicted energy sources in 2015 and then 2030. And this growth in renewables is largely due to commitments to tackle climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So all in all, by 2030, although 50% will still be provided by oil and gas, the rest will be provided by renewables and coal and nuclear and biofuels and so on. Next slide, please. So here I just want to pull back oil and gas back into the African context. So here you can see like a map, which is actually the density of contract blocks. All we would like to say here is that more than 2,700 contract blocks exist in Africa, and they cover 20% of Africa's land area and 90% of the exclusive economic zone. And more than 500 are approximately the commercial entities. Moving on to the next slide, please. Right, so there are a variety of actors in an oil and gas project, private, national, and government owned. And they all vary in size based on the number of countries they operate in. So this diagram is based on the operating company for African concessions, for example. The main takeaway here is that although a sizable proportion are operated by government or national companies, so you can see here it's the orange and green part of the pie chart. The majority, which is around 3/4, are private companies. This in itself is not necessarily a negative thing, but it does mean that it is important for governments to understand how to work with private oil and gas companies. And it is actually why we are having this training and workshop today. And with that, I would like to move on to the next slide, please. So here, before we go into the details of how the industry works, it would have been an omission not to mention how the oil and gas supports the sustainable development. And we felt that it's quite important to speak about our role in the sustainable development context. So very briefly, most probably you are familiar with the SDGs. So the SDGs are part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and they were adopted by world leaders at a historic UN summit back in September 2015. There are 17 goals, and they include areas like climate change, economic inequality, innovation, sustainable consumption, peace and justice, and many other priorities. So the SDGs provide a common framework for navigating the most urgent economic, social, and environmental challenges of this generation. They represent a universal agenda for equitable, socially inclusive, and environmentally sustainable economic development. All actors in society have a role to play in achieving sustainable development, and it's primarily for member states to use these SDGs to frame their development agenda. However, it's very much recognized the role that the private sector can play in supporting these goals and implementing these goals. So as I said, governments have the primary responsibility to prioritize and meet the SDGs, but it's actually the private sector that will be supporting the implementation of national plans. And next slide, please. So the oil and gas industry is committed to responsible and sustainable business, as well as serving as an essential partner to meet the challenge of achieving the SDGs. Sorry, we are in the previous slide.
Here?
Yes, here. Thank you.
Okay.
So with careful planning and implementation, industry has the opportunity to contribute across all SDGs, either by enhancing its positive contributions or by mitigating negative impacts. So this diagram here, which has been taken by the IPCA Sustainable Development Goals Atlas, which is a document that is mapping the oil and gas activities across all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It really shows how the industry can contribute to each of these goals. For example, on goal 1, which is the no poverty goal, the industry can contribute by supporting local development, managing its emissions, which contribute actually to climate change, and providing access to energy. Next slide, please. Perfect. Yes. But how the industry works. So this is the industry value chain diagram at the very high level. And it shows the value chain, the journey from discovery and extraction through to when you actually pump petrol in your cars at gas stations. We will run through each stage in a little more detail, but we thought that it would be useful to give the whole picture of the oil and gas value chain. Of course, at this workshop, we will primarily focus on the first phase, the first stage, which is the exploration and production stage, and which is actually the upstream phase of the oil and gas industry. Perfect, thank you. So with that, I will go into this into more detail. But for now, as an overview, again, the way the exploration and production works is that stage one is companies assess geology to locate source rock. Air surveillance may be used to locate potential area. Then there is a seismic interpretation that is used to further assess the potential reservoir. And then the exploration appraisal wells are drilled to determine presence or absence of hydrocarbons and to decide the most productive location for a development well. The company then decides on the best approach for development, for example, like what could the type of well be, the drilling method, and so on. And then the production begins. At the end of the production lifetime, the field and associated infrastructure is being decommissioned. Next slide, please. So this is the refining and processing, which is, in other words, it's the downstream phase of the oil and gas value chain. So although this is not part of this workshop today, very briefly, hydrocarbons extracted vary very much in quality and content. And then it's the oil refineries and processing units that would have to really process this oil and make it into different products like natural gas liquid, like crude oil, gasoline, diesel, fuel oil, polish detergents, solvents, synthetic fibers, and so on. Next slide, please. So storage, transport, and distribution. So the oil and gas must be stored once it has been extracted, and this can be held onshore, offshore, and subsurface. Reliable storage is important for both transportation and to regulate response to demand. Oil and gas is then transported using pipelines, rail tracks, and ships, which all come with their own associated infrastructure. Next slide, please. So this is the very last stage, let's say, of the oil and gas value chain, so sales and marketing. The various transport options are used to distribute the products to industry for commercial and domestic use and for power generation. Some oil and gas producers extract, process, market, and sell their own products. Others sell their hydrocarbons on to others for others to process and distribute. And with that, I'll hand it over to Madeline, who will give you a more detailed overview of how the upstream life cycle unfolds. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to give you a heads up, we have about 5 minutes remaining, so we can take some questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Artemis. So yeah, as Artemis said, we'll focus now in a bit more detail on the upstream part of the value chain, which we call exploration and production. So what you see here is the generic life cycle for upstream oil and gas. So from assess, select, define, execute, operate, and eventually reclaim and decommission. The details of operations do tend to vary depending on the type of activity and project, the quality and quantity of the reservoir, and other socioeconomic and environmental challenges. So the timing that you'll see on the next few slides does vary greatly, and all figures are estimates. It really does depend on the exact project specificities at the end of the day. But I'll do my best to give you some typical outlines. So next slide, please. So the first step in upstream oil and gas is the exploration phase, and this is where companies assess if there's oil and gas in an area. So concessions will be awarded to companies to explore in a particular geographical area, and contracts will govern the rights to any oil and gas discovered. The exploration activities will include geological surveys, as Artemis previously mentioned, to locate source rock. And the duration of these licenses and permits, as I said, do vary by country and by license or block, but can typically last between 1 to 5 years for a company to do this, these initial surveys. Companies can also explore on their own, or sometimes 2 or more companies will form what's called a joint venture to explore together, and one company will be nominated as the operator. It should be noted that often no potentially viable oil or gas can actually be found, and then at this point the operations will be terminated. Next slide, please. So this next phase is select, and this is part of the same 1 to 5 year assessment and selection phase. So here potentially viable sites will be selected for further exploration, and investment will be made in the technical and commercial components of exploration, and also in any social and environmental impact assessments which are needed. Next phase, slide please, sorry. So sites which were previously identified as potentially containing viable oil or gas sources are examined in more detail, this time using seismic surveys, which can give a bigger picture. And infrastructure might start to be developed to access sites, and site drilling will be planned. At this point, depending on the location of the field, companies will need to be engaging with local communities, as their operations will increasingly have a presence there, and increasingly have more of an impact on the local environment and economy. Next slide, please. So during the execute phase, exploratory wells will start to be drilled to seek to discover and map, again in more detail, any oil and gas reserves that are there. It is possible to get to this point and drill exploratory wells and find that the oil and gas that's there is actually not commercially viable. So if we're looking at the time here, you could get 15, 20 years in and realize that the oil that's present is not commercially viable. But if it is, then exploration companies will start to prepare to develop the site. Government contracts and permits might need to be revised and renewed at this point, and the site will be prepared for production. As I mentioned, there'll be limited infrastructure at this point, as the site development will already be in place as part of the exploratory phase. But during this phase, activity will dramatically start to increase, and the first oil and gas will start to be produced towards the end. Next slide, please. So this is the longest and the sort of the main phase for an oil and gas operation, which is the production phase. So it can last between 20 to 50 years, as I've mentioned, very much depending on the reservoir type. So the oil and gas reserves are being extracted and transported for processing and distribution. As I said, there's uncertainty in any in any field about the amount of oil and gas. So some they might find there's much more, and some much less. And the amount of oil and gas can fluctuate as well throughout this phase, but typically it will rise to a peak and then taper off towards the end of the field's commercial lifetime. Next slide, please. So I thought at this point I would just show you an overview of a typical oil field. The aim here is not to go into the details of this, and the writing's a little bit small in any case, but you can find a link to it if you want to look at it in more detail. But the aim is really to just show the full picture of what an oil field might include, all the different types of facilities, transmission lines, pipelines, and to show really the full scale of the possible physical footprint that will be present. Next slide, please. And finally, the final stage is reclaim or decommissioning. So once it's no longer cost effective to extract remaining reserves, the site will be decommissioned, and it's usually up to the operating company, who is typically responsible for returning the site to as close as possible to its original state. This can take 2 to 10 years, but could take decades longer if long-term environmental monitoring is required. And that was the end of my section. I don't know if we're opportunity for questions now or if I'm handing over.
Yeah, I think let's see. Let's pause for some questions. Is that okay, Sharon, or should we continue first?
That's fine. Yeah, if people have some questions for IPICA first, I only have a couple of things to mention on the Mozambique context, so we could just carry on unless there's anything burning.
Okay, so let me. I don't see people's hands right now because I have the screen share. Are there any questions from the floor? Let me just come off for a minute. Are there any questions for the IPICA presentation? And I think this is, I mean, this gives just a very very quick overview of the upstream life cycle of oil and gas operations. And because we know also that some of you may not have had a training, you know, on oil and gas and environment issues previously to today. So we thought it would be important just to give you an overview, so you have some context to what we are discussing. Any questions to IPICA, to our industry partners?
No, non tem.
Nothing yet. Okay. So let me just, Rosanna. Are there any questions? Sorry, I can't see everybody's hands. Okay. Shall we continue?
That's great. Marisol, do you want to continue sharing?
Yes, hang on.
Technology to me.
All right.
Great. Can everybody hear me okay?
You see the slides now?
Yes, we can see the slides fine. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to take a few moments to sort of take us from that overview of the industry and where the upstream oil and gas sector sort of sits in that broader context, and just to think a bit more about where we are in the Mozambique context. But clearly I'm not the best qualified person to be talking about the Mozambique context to a room full of experts and people of knowledge of what's going on in Mozambique. But I just wanted to, we have a map up here. This is a few years old, so it is a little bit out of date. This is the sort of publicly available information that is there on where the concessions for oil and gas are in Mozambique, which probably most of you are fairly familiar with. In terms of what Madeline was explaining regarding the different stages, my understanding is that there is oil and gas operations at that sort of execute phase happening in sort of southern Mozambique, and we have a lot of exploration at the sort of assess, select, define, execute stage happening in that northern part of Mozambique in the Cabo Delgado area. So I think it's just really bringing our attention to the fact that there are significant discoveries of gas in Mozambique, particularly there in the north. And most of them are offshore. There are some onshore facilities, I understand, associated with many of these concessions being planned and in development, but most of the gas discoveries themselves are offshore. But please do correct me if anybody wants to step in and provide any further context on that. And next slide, please. And really just wanted to highlight the projects that are kind of planned, some of the projects that are being planned in Mozambique. So Mozambique's liquefied natural gas project in the north is a project that's planned in that Cabo Delgado area that I highlighted, where, as if we're thinking back to some of the earlier presentations where we were looking at the areas where there is significant amounts of corals, mangroves, seagrasses, and some important species, particularly species of marine mammals and turtles, which have been identified as it's a very rich biodiversity area in the north. And that's sort of where there is a lot of discovery. So it's clearly an area of focus to be considering how do these developments happen in a way that conserves the important biodiversity and the heritage for Mozambique. So the Mozambique's LNG project, which first of its kind in Mozambique, has financing from direct and covered loans from 8 export credit agencies, 19 commercial bank facilities, and including a loan from the African Development Bank. And the project is intending to be following, therefore, as a result of that and a result of the industry standards that are in place, the International Finance Corporation standards. And the one that I wanted to highlight, of course, is the Performance Standard 6 on biodiversity conservation and sustainable management of living resources. So these finance standards, these industry standards that both Madeline and Artemis sort of alluded to, are setting requirements for things such as following the mitigation hierarchy, which we'll learn more about in this course, requirements around if there are areas of what's called critical habitat, we'll learn a bit more about that in the course. How do we ensure there is a no net loss of natural habitats or a net gain of biodiversity within critical habitats? This hopefully will make more sense as we go forwards. But these are some of the requirements which are being set by finance, by industry, that aim to ensure that these developments can happen in a way that does not then lead to those significant impacts and loss of biodiversity, which is quite important for that region. And then this slide was just the last slide to show that there are, IPCA have mentioned already some of the sort of best practices that have been developed by industry. So these are just some of them that are highlighted here. So the oil and gas industry has been developing these risk management frameworks. As I said, again, the mitigation hierarchy, how is that followed? Setting corporate commitments around areas that where you want to have a no-go, areas where they won't develop, areas where we want to ensure there is a no net loss of biodiversity. And there are various guidance documents that are coming out. So this is just to highlight to you, I think, that a lot of the best practices for the industry exist. And now the challenge, of course, is to make sure that they are in fact implemented, and in Mozambique in particular, given the significant biodiversity. That's all I wanted to add, Marisol, but if there are any questions or if there are further information that could, from the floor on the Mozambique context, we would very much welcome that contribution.
Thank you very much to our presenters, Artemis, Madeline, and Sharon. So let me just open up the floor to any questions or reflections that you would like to add. Just to maybe get started, I also wanted to then come back to our PICA partners, just to reflect. You mentioned that you now have a new strategy for 2021 onwards on how the oil and gas intends to contribute towards the energy transition and climate commitments. Do you want to just elaborate a little bit on how the industry is going about that, especially in the upstream oil and gas sector with regards to emissions, for example, emission sources and emissions reduction?
Yeah, sure. So yes, IPICA has a strategy which is around the energy.
Could you speak louder, Artemis, because it's not very.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Yeah. Thanks. So yes, indeed, IPICA has launched a new 2021 to 2024 strategy, which is focusing on energy transition and alternative energies. And the way we are actually implementing our new strategy is, for example, we have a very active alternative energies task force. And actually, I'm looking at our business plan for this, because we just outlined our business plan just a week ago. So the whole idea is to make a positive contribution to environmental and social good practice across the energy transition. What IPICA has done so far is that many of our guidances, which were originally developed with focus on oil and gas, can be actually used for the alternative energy as well. For example, we have developed a compendium of all IPICA good practice guides that can be actually implemented and are applicable for the wind energy, for solar panels, for example, for biofuels, and so on. Offshore wind projects, onshore wind projects, and all this. So this is one key thing that we have done. The other thing is that, as I said, we have a very active alternative energy task force, which is the aim of this task force is actually to promote and share knowledge and good practice on environmental and social issues around alternative energy. We will be also working on developing new good practice guides to support our members, IPICA members, on alternative energy activities. And we also aim to do whatever good practice or workshop we will plan to develop, to run together with stakeholders working in partnership. For example, we recently launched an MOU with the IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. So we will be working with them and see what we can do in the space of alternative energies with regards to wind, solar, and biofuels. So this is one key thing that we will be doing in that space. And also the climate change group is actively now monitoring and contributing to the climate change discussions taking place next week at COP26. And we will be again looking at the carbon capture and storage items, like the low emissions pathways to a net zero emissions future. And on that, I just want to say that over 50% of our members now have made a net zero emissions pledge. Different companies have different approaches on this. We will be working on the role of carbon offsets with a focus on natural climate solutions as well as nature-based solutions. And on that, we will see how the industry can actually implement the NBS in the oil and gas and beyond contexts. And of course, we will still carry on working on energy efficiency, managing methane emissions, natural gas flaring reduction, and a new thing that actually it's not a new thing, but we have been working quite a lot on this. It's the scope 3 emissions, so emissions that come from end users. And this is something again that we will be working on in 2022 onwards. So yes, all in all, it will be the focus is on alternative energies, emissions reduction towards the net zero targets, and working also on natural climate solutions, nature-based solutions, and many more.
Thank you very much, Artemis. I think there is a question now from the floor from Julieta Hetimane. Julieta, would you like to take the floor so that then we can get the direct English translation from our end? It's somebody, Julieta, I think, yeah, her hand is up. Could somebody give her the microphone so that then we can hear her question? Thank you.
Bom dia mais uma vez. Obrigada. Meu nome é...
Good morning once again. My name is Julieta Hetimane. And My question is related to the cycle of mining in the process, and to say that the last phase is that the phase that is implemented and the recovery of those areas after exploration. So I wanted to know if you have any experience to you could share with us how the recovery of this area was made in Mozambique, please.
Fase ainda de exploração, pesquisa
In an area of exploration and investigation. So I'd like to see how your experiences can relate to our future. Thank you.
Did you catch the question, Artemis? It's regarding, I think, on the decommission, like, you know, when even at exploration side, if there are some wells where, let's say, are non-producers or wells that will not be going forward, like how does one then you know, recover and decommission that area?
I think so. Unfortunately, I'm not in a good position to respond to that, but because IPICA is not very much focusing on decommissioning. It's our sister organization, IOGP, the International Oil and Gas Producers Association, that has a very strong focus on decommissioning. So I will be very happy to respond to Giulietta like later today and give her a good overview of like what is happening with decommissioning. For example, I think the question was like what happens with abandoned wells and so on from an environmental perspective, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm happy to reach out to my colleagues in IOGP and can follow up with you, Marisol, and you can forward our response to Giulietta. And I'm really sorry, but it would be really like I'm not in a good position to respond to that.
No problem. Yeah, we'd definitely be able to get those materials out. And just to let our participants know as well that we actually recently convened a webinar on decommissioning involving MAT and IOGP partners, actually. And we had your decommissioning lead person from IOGP presenting. So we can actually share. Chi, I think we might have the link to the webinar already ready. We can share it on the chat, so people can also watch that. I mean, it's in English, unfortunately not translated into other languages. But if you're able to follow, then that would be a good start. And also, just to let you know, we are planning a decommissioning training with OFD-supported countries in early December, to which Mozambique has been invited. So we're actually expecting some nominated participants from the government side, from Mozambique, to participate in that training in early December. So, so we're hoping to get more training indeed on this topic, which is very critical and also part of best practice in the upstream oil and gas sector. So
could I just add to that? Because of course there is the restoration that is needed at decommissioning, but we also have these needs for restoration at other stages. So when we go into the course and we look at the impact mitigation options that follow these different steps, and there is a step around restore, and we can maybe discuss in a bit more detail those restoration options around exploration sites. So it's not necessarily at the end, at the decommissioning phase, and it might be relevant to be also thinking about the restoration as part of that life cycle. So we will cover that in a little bit more detail as we go through the impact mitigation part.
Thanks, Sharon. Yeah, that's also a very good point, actually. So we will, I mean, I think we will come back to some of these discussions as we learn about the mitigation hierarchy as well. You heard Artemis and Madeleine talk about, let's say, offsetting perhaps, and this is all part of the considerations in the mitigation hierarchy that comes into the environmental impact assessment process as well. So these are some concepts that we will come back to after lunch. But are there any questions before we leave this discussion with our IPICA partners? Okay. If not, I mean, again, we're happy to take more questions in the chat, and then we will compile them and share with them at the end of the training. And maybe this is a good time, Sharon, just to pause and like I think you started already pointing out some of the ongoing, activities and efforts in Mozambique. And I think maybe it's a good time to draw a little bit further discussion and reflection on other ongoing efforts in the country by other various partners on biodiversity conservation issues in the petroleum sector. So would you like to kickstart us on that discussion?
Sorry, Mara. So in what particular, to do with what other partners are doing?
Yeah, I think I actually I was sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. What I had in mind was I guess I wanted to ask the floor, that our participants in the room, if you were aware that there was a recent publication on the key biodiversity areas in Mozambique, which was developed in collaboration with DINAB and also the World Conservation Society and other partners. So just to see around the room, like put your hands up if you're familiar with like this publication that recently came out recently on the key biodiversity areas in Mozambique, which WCS, I believe, led. Just to get an idea from the room. I'm not seeing the room right now, but
should we show the slideshow that shows the document?
We don't have this right now, but yeah. Do we have this right now? Okay, so maybe not everyone is familiar, and I think this is part of the some projects that are also ongoing related to, protecting biodiversity and conservation issues in the oil and gas sector. Because I mean, as Sharon showed in her slides, like some of the key oil and gas offshore operations are taking place in highly sensitive areas with high biodiversity values. So, Marcel, would you like to add?
Sorry, Marcel, can you hold on a bit? I think they lost connection in the room.
Yeah, I actually don't see the room, which is why I was like trying to scroll and look at, but there are some people still connected from the room.
Yes.
So,
they can't hear the translation at the moment.
Okay, but I can't hear the translation. Okay. Can
you hear me? I'm with the interpreter. Can you hear me now? I'm on the English channel. Okay. I'll go back to Portuguese. Sorry.
So is it in their side then? Yeah, I can't see the room either. Can I ask the participants who are in the room and just connected on their devices, like Polino and Aurelio, can you tell us whether you can hear, whether you have the screen, the big screen on and sound from our side? Can you somebody please tell us?
I don't think they can. They're logging in.
But I have a couple of participants actually online.
Okay, they say they can hear us now.
Nehemias, can you hear us? Because there are a number of participants actually online, but they're also in the room. Me, I can hear very well. Okay, Paulino, thank you. But
they're back on. They're back on the
Are they back?
Yeah.
Okay. So we were just trying to, bring the discussion back to the Mozambique context and some of the ongoing efforts by various partners, including World Conservation Society and other partners working with DNAB, of course, on identifying key biodiversity areas. Sharon, would you like to just add a little bit more about that project, that initiative?
Yes, so under the Combo project led by the Wildlife Conservation Society, so there are a range of activities happening in Mozambique on being able to build in that knowledge of biodiversity and using the mitigation hierarchy to mitigate the impacts on biodiversity and linking that to the EIA, the Environmental Impact Assessment process in Mozambique. So there is a series of trainings happening at the moment that I think kicked off this month, which maybe some of you are already participating in, which is a sort of broader overview, not focused on the oil and gas sector, but more focused on the broader development or across all sectors and how we can, how the EIA process can ensure that we have good impact mitigation for biodiversity. And there are in addition to that, there are guidelines around how to offset. So we will be covering this in a bit more detail, but it would be good to know if there are people in the room who are already participating in these trainings, so that we can make sure that we're linking to that. So yeah, so it's a very, very useful course, and in addition to the training around the EIA, there is a lot of work to improve the data availability for the EIA process. So we will also talk a bit about that through the course.
Thank you, Sharon. I'm trying to actually share the document where I have the the cover of the new publication that WCS had just shared. I don't seem to be able to do it though, for some reason or the other. But let me see if I can, yeah, it's not calling it up. So, but it's, if anybody else has that cover slide, I'm not quite sure why I'm not able to share my screen in this way. Let me see. Let me try one more time because it will help actually maybe here. Do you see it now? Yes. So, so this is the part of the combo project that that Sharon was mentioning. So this is the new sort of publication that had just come out, and we know that there are some follow-up trainings on this, provided by the Wildlife Conservation Society together with the Ministry of Land and Environment, and supported by USAID. So just to, this is just really to help contextualize all of this efforts to support the government in bringing all the different activities together under this area related to biodiversity and oil and gas. So we're hoping that this project that World Conservation Society is supporting the government on can also then contribute towards the discussions related to protecting biodiversity areas in oil and gas industry operations in Mozambique. So that's the idea of sharing, of just sort of taking a moment to point that out. Okay. Is there anybody else who would like to share and reflect before we go for lunch? Okay, I don't see any further questions. Again, if you think of other questions, please feel free to post it on the chat. And we are compiling all the questions so we can have it at the end of the training with responses as well. So with that, I think I would like to give a big clap to our presenters. Thank you again, Artemis and Madeleine and Sharon for the presentations and giving us a context. We'll come back after lunch with looking at then the potential impacts on biodiversity and ecosystem services from oil and gas operations in the upstream project life cycle. So
Por
looking
favor,
at
Marisol.
yes.
Marisol, please, I would like to share something with you. While the combo project was ongoing, at the end, no? Can you hear me?
Hear you, but if you can turn off the Portuguese background.
But the Portuguese is the sound that you get from the floor. I mean, I cannot turn it off.
Yes, if you can just, we're just.
I'll do my best.
Apenas quería continuar.
I would like to share with you some information regarding the project and its impact on biodiversity. The outcomes of this project should not be isolated. They should be disseminated. Mozambique used those outcomes for decision-making process. Hence, we tried to find similar projects that have shared goals. So, during the implementation of the Connect project, coordinated by an institution based in Cambridge, the terms of reference for the biodiversity portal were established. These terms of reference were developed within the scope of this project. These terms of reference were used by the Connect project so that we could update our biodiversity portal. The official name is SIBMOS. Regarding regulation, In line with the new regulation for environmental impact assessments, we got the support in order to develop the mitigation measures. The regulation also provided for recommendations for the implementation of the mitigation measures. I'm sorry, Marisol, but you should ask the speaker to speak normally. Otherwise, because he keeps stopping every other two words, and this makes our work very difficult. So we were provided guidelines on how to develop and implement mitigation measures. The Connect project used those guidelines to develop standard templates that should be used by the reviewers of the development projects and also by the companies that are developing their own environmental impact assessment reports. This way, we ensure that all aspects are duly taken into account and that the projects are fully compliant with the provisions regarding environmental impact. Another new feature of the EIA regulation in Mozambique is the creation of an interaction platform between the bidders, the departments of the environmental ministry that work on environmental impact assessments and carry out surveillance activities, and it also counts on the participation of the provincial environmental divisions. The objective is to promote the use of digital platforms in order to grant the licensing, the environmental permits using a single digital platform. Hence, we have a full view of all the projects being carried out across the country in a single platform in a timely manner. This will reduce the red tape regarding requests of information and provision of the required information. This platform will also allow us to meet the deadlines in a timely manner. And we'll be able to have a real-time view of the status of the project. So this is what I wanted to share with you regarding the combo project. This is something that is being incorporated by the government.
Thank you very much, Alexander, for the clarification. And it's really good to hear that indeed, the government and DNAB is very much looking at these different connections. And this is exactly what we would like to have. And having this training, we also want to make sure that it's contributing to the ongoing efforts in the country. So thank you for that clarification. So I think it's time to pause for lunch. There are a number of other questions. I think there were a few questions that came in. I'm just trying to think whether we should. There's one or two that have come in. I'm just trying to think whether they are pertaining particularly to our PICA presenters before they leave to give. Maybe can I ask Gastao Carlos to take the floor and ask your question, and then I will also then ask Ligia Chamo to also take the floor and ask your question, and then we can discuss whether we take it after lunch or before lunch. Okay, so let me call on Gastao Carlos. Can you please ask your question? And you can just speak normally and we can get the simultaneous interpretation at the same time.
Certo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. This is Gastão from the Environmental Service of the Province of Zambe. I have the following question. I want to have some information regarding archaeological activities during the environmental impact assessment on such a large-scale project. I wonder if you take into account the need to preserve the historical identity of the sites, particularly taking into account the historical artifacts found during the excavations. And this is my question. Thank you.
Call then on Ligia Chamo to please also ask your question. Introduce yourself and in your institution and ask your question, please.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Ligia Chamo. I work at the Ministry for Rural Development. I'm sorry, but apparently we lost the sound from the floor. I'm back. First, I would like to congratulate for organizing this training. I think this will be a very fruitful training for all of us, particularly for me. It's the first time that I take part in a training of this kind. I'm seeking some clarification regarding the measures that may be implemented in order to achieve neutral emissions during the operation of these oil and gas projects. Thank you.
Very much. So on the first question on the archaeological impacts, I think we can actually take that up after the break, because Matt will actually talk about potential impacts on biodiversity. So I'll ask Matt to take up that question on potential archaeological impacts and related to cultural heritage. But I think the last question would probably be best also addressed by our IPICA partner. So before we break for lunch, I think it's important. So Artemis and Madeline, I don't know if you caught the translation, but the question was related to how do you achieve net zero emissions from a project during exploration, during the upstream cycle?
Yes. Yes, we can respond to that after the lunch break, if that's okay. And we can also chip in on to the first question, which was around the archaeological sites and the impacts from oil and gas.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's great. So you will be you can still be on with us after lunch.
Yes.
Okay, excellent, great. So I think with that, let's so we have those questions, and we will come back to them after the lunch break. So now it's 12:15, so it will give you an hour because people need to stretch and kind of get a mental break as well. So if we can come back here at 1:15. And then we'll come back with these questions, and then also have we'll have a pause to check on our knowledge of what we've learned so far. And I will ask Joe from WCMC to help us with our knowledge assessment pop quiz after lunch. Okay, so have a good lunch, everyone, and we'll be back in about an hour.
Sure.
Thanks. CMAS, I wonder, could you stay online? And I just wanted to just ask, what's the best way to manage the interpretation on Zoom from the Interactio side? Are you online, CMAS?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, CMAS.
Hello, Marisol.
Okay, it's a little bit challenging with the simultaneous interpretation on Zoom. Is there a way to sort of like mute down the background? Let's say if we're on the English channel, is there any way that on your side you can mute down the Portuguese, live,
Yeah, I understand, and I understand the issue. I was able to hear the issue. What is happening? The thing is that somehow this is like original audio is muted from the Zoom side. As you're speaking, for example, in English, an interpreter starting to speak, your sound is fading away, and the participants able to, for people who is listening, for example, Portuguese, they just hearing the interpretation.
Yes.
And when people in the room in the hotel are speaking, Zoom is not working correctly. Actually, it's muting, but it's not fully muting, and it's like it's some kind of issue from the Zoom side, and we're trying to understand with colleagues how we can increase that, how we can change it, but still it's like this is from the Zoom side, it's not from Interactio, and not much can be done, like if you're speaking, same time, it should be like then interpreter and participant speaking at the same time. You should hear only interpretation.
Exactly.
But Zoom is not muting properly the Portuguese channel.
Yes. Oh, is it working in the other side? Is it working in the Portuguese channel?
Yeah, in the Portuguese it's working fine. Everything is fine.
Good.
Like you are muted and fine. But
at least.
when it's some participants, it's just not recognizing, or it's sound frequency, it can be, or something like that. Why Zoom algorithms not working properly? And we're trying, like actually we have another test event which my two colleagues is working in order to try to recreate that issue and give you some examples. It's not that we're not aware and we're not doing nothing about that. We're like we free people at the moment. We're trying
Yes.
to figure out how we can wear that and how we can make it how we can increase the quality.
Great.
So we're trying our best, and hopefully after 1 hour, like we have now 1 hour break as well, maybe we'll have some answers or suggestions, you know.
Great.
So for participants, it's actually best way to speak slowly, but without big pauses.
Not too slow. Okay.
Yeah, like
Yes, I
normal, you
know.
know,
I think
normal.
they were trying to help with the interpretation from our side. So
Yeah.
that's why they started to pause a bit more. But if we know that it's working, then people can just speak, you know, in their normal pace. But it is very difficult from our side to hear both the Portuguese and English translation at the same volume level. So
Yeah.
that's why I had to kind of pause several times because
I think you was able to hear that sometimes Portuguese channel is fading away, but sometimes not. Like from your
no,
side,
I
it should.
think I think it's there. I think what you said. I think there is some kind of technical glitch because earlier it was better.
Yeah.
Somehow it was better, and then somehow it wasn't. It became back to the original same problem again. So it is sort of changing. I mean, like sometimes it's better and we can hear better the interpretation, but then sometimes it's really not at all muted in the background on the Portuguese side.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be great. Thank you for addressing that with Zoom. So thanks a lot. So hopefully we'll get a solution for that after the break.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you very
Imas.
much.
Thanks, and
Thank
thanks
you.
to the interpreters. Have a good lunch. Bye.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. Don't know if we have the interpreters back yet.
Interpreter is back and we're ready to go whenever you are. All right, I'll switch to Portuguese now so you won't hear me, but I'm here. All right, you're welcome.
Yes, so welcome back, everyone. So I hope you had a good lunch. We're going to do a bit of warm up. Sorry, who's sharing screen? No, whose screen? So I think someone is sharing their screen. This Absalau. Can you unshare your screen, please? Oh, I think they can't hear. Absalau, sorry, you're sharing your screen. Can you like stop sharing your screen? Thank you. So just for a bit of warm up, I'll call on Joe. Joe is going to give you a warm-up test to see how much you've learned from the presentations. So if you remember, before you started the training, we asked you to complete the baseline knowledge assessment. So some of these questions you would see in the test that Joe is going to give. So Joe, I think this is you, but I need to stop. I need to stop this.
Yes, Absalau, can you please go
Simas,
to?
please, can you stop his screen sharing because you're host? Yes, thank you.
There we go. Great, thank you.
So Joe, over to you.
No problem. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use a website called Menti, where link. So you'll see those who are on the Zoom, if I've posted the link to the Menti on there, and I've also shared my screen. So if you are able to go to menti.com, and you can do this either on your phone or on your laptop, and that will then take you to the Menti page where you can use this code to log in, and then you will get to a page that will show you the questions that we're about to ask.
So please let us know if you've logged into menti.com. Joe, please, can you leave the screen on? If they can see where they need to go. So you can use your phone. Just go to type in your browser www.menti.com, and then it will ask you, Joe, am I correct? It will ask you for a code to join, and then you use the code on the screen to log in. So we'll probably give you about a minute or two to do this before we start.
Yeah. So when you log in, so when you go to menti.com, you'll get this page. and then you can enter your code in here. And that code, this one. Are people able to access this page, or are people having difficulties? Please do post in the chat if you are having issues.
Joe, can you see how many people are logged in?
I'm not sure if I can see how many are logged in yet. Yeah, here we go. So, okay. So once you get in to Menti, you'll then start to see the questions appear. So here you can start to answer these questions. And so we've had 9 people answer the first question so far. And if you just wait for us to get to each question, then that would be great. So
yes, please. So please, you can hold on for everyone to answer to get to the same page. Let people log in before you start to answer the questions.
Yeah, so this is the code here, if you're still looking for that. So 70926178.
Joe, I think we can start. Like, you can review the questions. So
yeah, sure, excellent, that's fine. So it looks like quite a few of you are either fairly familiar or quite new to the sector, though some of you may be being fairly modest. I'm sure we have some experts here in the room. So if we go to So we go to the next question now. So how much do you think you know about biodiversity?
how come no one is a specialist or an expert?
I think there's certainly some modesty going around here.
Yes, I think so too.
Great. So at least most of you, at least so fairly familiar, but I think that the knowledge is actually a lot greater than that. And then our final sort of intro question before we get on to some of the practice quiz. So have you received any previous training under the Author Development Program? Where if you're answering yes, I think that you'd definitely be more of a very familiar expert around some of these things.
Or maybe after the training, they will become experts. Maybe we should revisit this after the training and see if they move to the expert stage.
Excellent. So around half of you have attended trainings before, so it's good to have you all back, and hopefully you can learn something more on this course. So what we'll do today, we'll just run through a few questions, and bear in mind that not all of these topics have been covered in the materials so far. So don't worry if you don't know the answer. Do have a guess and sort of try and think about what you think the answer would be. But by the end, this is essentially to just have a quick idea of the knowledge of the room, and then hopefully by the end of the course, you'll all definitely know all of the answers and get all of the questions right. So like I say, don't worry about it too much. It's just to start to see what sort of knowledge you currently have. Okay. Excellent. So there is a countdown. I'm sorry, and hopefully it's not too quick for you all, which allows to get through. But 11 of you all correct. So the upstream life cycle or value chain in the oil and gas industry is exploration, into development, to operation, and then decommission. Are we ready for the next question? Excellent, well done. Nice to getting the answer right there again as well. Some celebrations. Well done. So the first of the key biodiversity management stages for the oil and gas industry is screening. So well done to everyone that got that right. Again, certainly a lot of experts in the room, I think. So not all areas that are important for biodiversity and ecosystem services will fall within protected areas. This is really important to note in that just because some habitats aren't within a protected area does not mean that they're not important.
No se da importancia al fatto che non esteja somehow the sign makes sense.
Sorry,
Wait, can you mute yourself, Aurelio?
Start the next question.
Back to normal. Sorry about that. It's technology can be tricky.
Again, lots more correct answers. So yeah, ESIA stands for Environment and Social Impact Assessment. Excellent answers again. So yeah, remember in the mitigation hierarchy, the most important step is to avoid any impacts. So we want to try and remove any impacts that may occur. So yeah, avoiding any impacts is always the best option. It's one that should be taken where possible. Again, lots of correct answers here. So scoping is done after the screening stage. And so what the idea of scoping is to start to get some additional information, and that is what can really focus the content of the ESIA reports. So screening occurs before scoping, so it doesn't remove the need for that. And potential offset locations will come about further on down the line, and that might come from some of the results of the ESIA assessments and some of those site-based work that you do, not at the scoping stage. Well done, most of you got that right. Again, lots of people getting that right. So yeah, so cumulative impacts are not the sole responsibility of the oil and gas company. Anyone operating in an area will be responsible for those cumulative impacts. Obviously, the oil and gas companies do have responsibility, but it's not solely they're not solely responsible. Excellent again. So lots of correct answers. So an indicator is information or data which provides evidence of performance. I see that a few of you went for it being a standard unit for measurement, and that is partly the case. So a unit of measurement may be in terms of if you're looking at how large an area of coral reefs are, you may quantify that in terms of kilometers squared, maybe. So that's sort of more of a standard unit of measurement. Whereas an indicator might be around the health of that coral reef system, maybe. So it might be the species richness of a coral reef, for example, and that species richness is a potential example of an indicator. Particularly when looking at monitoring habitats and the environment. Excellent, everyone getting that right. So yeah, it is good practice to quantify impacts so that you can measure year to year potentially, and you actually have an idea of the magnitude of any potential impacts that may have occurred.
É no fim, né? É o último. Todas.
Excellent.
Aurelio, please,
Aurelio,
can you
sorry,
mute
can
yourself?
you mute yourself, please?
Aurelio, please mute yourself.
Oh, sorry, Aurelio, you muted and then unmuted yourself straight away. Can you mute, please? Excellent, thank you. So yeah, lots of people, everyone getting that right. So yeah, in the context of sensitivity mapping, so stakeholders can include all of those that are listed here, including government institutions, universities, companies, and local.
He's got to turn off the mic.
It's really difficult.
Sorry, Aurelio, can you mute yourself, please? Thank you.
Senhor Aurélio, peço para fechar o microfone, por favor.
Great, thank you, Aurelio. So yeah, so when looking to identify the sensitivity of an asset, and we'll go into that in a bit more detail on in module in day 3, but it is the importance and the susceptibility of an asset. And then the final question of today. Excellent. So let's see getting that one right again. So, which is not an ecological asset. So industrial ports aren't ecological. Key biodiversity areas and protected areas are. They are generally designated for high biodiversity value. And critical habitat is also is areas of very important habitats and biodiversity. And that is designated in line with IFC Performance Standard 6.
Well done, everyone.
So yeah,
Oh,
well
so
done,
let's
everyone.
see.
So in terms of the scores, in terms of when you're getting them right and how many and how fast you were. So well done, Carlotta. You're the winner today. But yes, thank you everyone, and I'll hand back to Chi now to continue with the course.
Thank you so much, Joe. That was interesting. I saw that more than half of you already knew the answer. So I'm wondering why you were modest to say you were just in between when you're experts. So before we go on to the next module, we had 2 questions before lunch, and I think we had our colleagues from IPICA to contribute to answering the questions on the impacts on archaeological sites and cultural heritage, and as well as measures that were taken to reduce emission. So I don't know if Artemis is still here. Artemis, are you still online or?
Yes, hi Trey. Yes,
Yes.
I'm here.
Would you like to answer the question?
Yes. So I think that there was a question around how to achieve net zero emissions in a project, if I'm correct. So if we talk, I guess that we're talking here about exploration and production. So focusing on scope 1 and 2 emissions from operations, for example, drilling, exploration, and production, should be the main thing that a company should do. So obvious things could be to do the zero routine flaring. So do flaring only for safety process issues. reduce any fugitive methane vents and emissions, incorporate solar panels or wind to provide electricity, and then energy efficiency design and potentially integrate heat as well when it comes to energy efficiency. So all these can reduce scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions as low as possible. And then any remaining, any residual greenhouse gas emissions could be offset by natural climate solutions, for example. So that's what our members do when it comes to achieve the net zero emissions in a project.
Thank you so much. Are you contributing also to the impacts on archaeological sites?
Yes, I could briefly touch upon this as well.
Yes,
so as you know, many companies have signed up to the no-go commitment, which is basically they will not do any oil and gas exploration and production near World Heritage sites, for example, and World Heritage sites are the archaeological sites. And in addition to this, maybe not all companies have this no-go commitment. However, what all companies do is they implement the mitigation hierarchy. And following also from the quiz, the first step is to avoid. So I guess that all companies are encouraged to avoid, for example, getting a pipeline through an archaeological site. So they'd rather find alternative ways to get the pipeline, for example, around the archaeological site or underneath, or I don't know. So this is another thing that companies do when they are about to implement the mitigation hierarchy, which is to avoid any potential impacts coming up. But I think that, yeah, Matthew, I read your description at the end of the agenda, and I see that you have been working a lot on impact assessments. So I guess that you will be also very well positioned to respond to that.
Thank you, Artemis. So folks, this is why it's great to have participants here from the industry, because as Artemis explained, we get the best practice from the industry sector. But what I would just like to add to that is I'll start with the archaeological site. In addition to the industry following the best practice and the various commitments that their companies may have signed up to, of course, some smaller industry players may not have signed up to such commitments. Nevertheless, what we mustn't forget, and I worked in Tanzania for 30 years with oil and gas on various projects, from seismic on land to wells offshore to processing plant construction. And we mustn't forget the national legislation. Because I know, for example, in Tanzania, that the national legislation has a whole procedure for sites of archaeological interest that may not be in the global domain because they're not so big, but they might be just some burial sites that could be 500 years old on the coast from the kind of what we call the Swahili time. So there may be thousands of small sites of interest that are archaeologically important on a local scale. But this is where you have to have the regulators talking to the Department of Antiquities or the Ministry of what would it be, natural resources and social cultural assets. So it's important that you have these other sectors involved to guide, especially where you're working with operators who may not be at that high level of standard, like the big oil and gas companies. On the energy efficiency, from my experience working with some of the top companies like Statoil, now it's called Equinor, including visiting one of their drill ships while it was in operation, is that they also have a number of procedures to mitigate and reduce emissions during well drilling. And one of them is so basic as making sure that the engines and the generators that they're using are totally up to standard, that they are regularly maintained. Because if you know from your own cars, if you don't maintain your vehicles and the piston rings start to wear out, you produce a lot of black smoke, like you can see the buses around Maputo. So that's massive emissions because of low maintenance of machines. So that's a high priority from a practical level, what to do to reduce emissions. That's all I really wanted to add there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt. That was one of the points I was trying to even like highlight. It's important that as regulators, you also have your national legislation point this out, because you have some cases where you have like some companies who don't also follow like international best practices, and then you will have to follow your national legislation to hold them to account or to make them to implement best practices. Thank you so much, Matt, and thank you, Artemis, for this. Sharon, would you like to add something, or shall we move on? Or Joe?
No, that's fine. Let's move on. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chi.
All right. So moving on to the next 1.4 on the program, I'll call Matt back to discuss the impact. So some of these questions that we've raised, Matt is going to actually touch on them to highlight some impacts during the upstream operations, some of the impacts on the biodiversity. So over to you, Matt.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen. We can get this show on the road. Vamos lá. Espero que todos comeram bem, bom almoço aí no hotel. Hotel super.
I hope you enjoyed a good lunch at this luxury hotel in Maputo.
Okay, can we see that?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, but we're not in the right place.
I think it's 1.4.
Yeah, we're getting there. Quiz, did the quiz. Good quiz. Start from here. Vamos lá. Potential impacts on biodiversity and ecosystem services from oil and gas development through the project lifecycle. I'm supposed to have 40 minutes for this, so we have 20 slides. We slipped a little bit after lunch, so I'm going to try and make it about 30, 35, and then Sharon's going to take over with a short sequence of slides and a small video in Portuguese that describes a mitigation hierarchy. Impacts, impact types, and impacts across the project lifecycle. So we have a direct and indirect and cumulative. And Joe superbly set some questions about cumulative impacts and whether or not that's something that... Can you see the text at the bottom of the screen here?
Yes, it's transcript. So as you speak, it transcribes.
Can I get rid of that?
Yes, I don't know who put this on. Someone put it on.
Have I accidentally got it translating? Anyway, the impacts, the direct impacts are something, for example, the drilling is going through a coral reef. That's a direct impact. An indirect impact will be maybe some sediment from the drilling has drifted with the current and is having an impact on the zooplankton 50 kilometers away, which is increasing the fishing productivity of that area. Okay, that's an indirect or induced impact. A cumulative impact is where that sediment is landing on the sea somewhere else, where there's other sediment from another activity that's been going on for years, and the sediment is building up over years, and that's a cumulative impact. The example of the sediment accumulating is a very common cumulative impact in ports and harbors, where there's lots of dredging and lots of excavation that takes place every 10 years, and then the sediment is dumped somewhere again and again, and these cumulative impacts build up. So direct, indirect, or induced, and cumulative, which is a combined. Direct impacts. So often they result in a direct mortality or disturbance to species, like whales, for example, baleas. They can detect the sound of a seismic survey from about 20 or 50 kilometers, and they'll change direction. So if the mother and the calf are swimming south past the coast of Mozambique, which they do every year, and there's a seismic survey off Cabo Douro or whatever it is down there, the whales may go further offshore. That's a direct impact on disturbance. Another one is the introduction of invasive alien species. There haven't been many examples in the marine environment in the Western Indian Ocean so far, but it can happen where some marine life, like for example, there's a very nasty jellyfish in Australia called a box jellyfish. Now that species doesn't exist in the Western Indian Ocean, but I'm a marine scientist. It would probably live in the Western Indian Ocean if it was introduced. So if it came, or the larvae came inside the ballast water of a ship, of a drill ship that left Australia and came to Maputo, and the vessel discharged the ballast water, that jellyfish or the larvae will suddenly be in the Bay of Maputo, and it could reproduce and become an invasive species, which would be very bad news for people who are swimming. Habitat loss, conversion, and fragmentation. A real example of this is when you put a seismic line through a forest. And in the old days, 50 years ago, the seismic lines, if there was a baobab in the way, they would remove the baobab and go straight, because of the georeferencing technology of those days was quite primitive. Now they can move the seismic line around trees and around rocks and make it much more adapted to the landscape. But in the old days, there would be lines going right through forests, and it's fragmenting an intact forest into pieces. Okay, so especially seismic lines, but also pipelines and roads, access roads, of course. Pollution, we all know about pollution. Mozambique is no haven for non-pollution. So sewage, of course, that can be transmitted from drilling operations. So that's a liquid pollution. There can be soil contamination from pollution, from spills. Usually it's accidental, but it may actually be deliberate, or it may be at low levels. And of course, there can be air pollution, which is at low levels, and it's difficult to avoid, but it's still an impact. And then on climate change, the contribution of CO2 emissions and methane into the atmosphere is a direct impact from flaring, from venting, fugitive emissions. No discussion, it's an impact. And a lot of companies like Statoil, now Equinor, they actually measure every day, they work out the number of tons of all the different gases that they are emitting, because they know which fuel they are burning for which generator and which engine and all the different parts of the ship. And at the end of the day, they have a spreadsheet that has all the quantities of all the gases that have been emitted that day. So they can then, if they want, work out what they need to do to offset that in terms of, for example, planting trees or planting mangroves, or to compensate for what they've emitted. So it is possible. The technology is there. Indirect and induced impact. So social influx and increasing road access. So if you cut a seismic line or you put a pipeline through a forest, an intact forest, then immediately you open that forest to logging, charcoal, mining, hunting, all sorts of other human activities. It may affect the drainage of the forest. So instead of rivers or streams, seasonal streams flowing across, they might flow to where you've cut and then divert down a channel that you've made by producing a road. So there are these issues of social influx, particularly into areas that have been cut, and deforestation and agricultural expansion. Again, if you remove a forest or you impact a forest, it's easier for local farmers to get there and then start farming, so you can accelerate forest degradation. And that's common. If you look at pictures of the Amazon in Brazil, where they put new roads, you immediately see where the forest is being cut all along the road. It's very obvious. Changes to the local environment. Well, as I said about cutting a line through a forest and then the stream changes direction, so you get erosion, and changes to waterways, particularly sensitive. And then climate change, global changes, of course, we're familiar with that. Cumulative impacts. So I gave you the example of sediment. Well, there's more noise that can be cumulative. And it can reach a certain level or a certain threshold where before the drilling operation or before that marine-based LNG floating platform was installed, which is going to generate lots of noise 24/7. There may have been a lower level of shipping noise, which most species perhaps tolerated, but then you introduce this new bit of infrastructure and the level goes up and it goes above a limit. And then those species either leave the area or they stop reproducing or they stop interacting and it weakens the population. Bioaccumulation of chemicals and heavy metals, that's a bit like sediment building up in a port or building up in a dump site. So again, that can reach levels which suddenly become critical, but it wasn't what the company did. They just added a little bit more, and then it reached a critical level. Overexploitation of water from multiple operations. So if you have a big setup that's actually taking water from rivers, taking water from boreholes, that can have a cumulative impact because others are taking it as well. Your operation didn't take it all, but it just reached a certain level, critical level. And then the combined land use change from oil and gas and tourism and hydroelectric, etc. So in a landscape, you can have lots of different activities, but from different sectors that can have a cumulative impact. So one of the tricks always when you're doing an ESIA, as you guys know, is that you've got to define the significance of an impact. And Joe's questions, his magic questions, already touched on this. So you know a little about that. There's a severity and the likelihood. The severity is it's a kind of scale on a 1 to 10. And the likelihood is like the chance of it happening, really. So on the severity, you have the importance of the affected biodiversity. So is it severe against coral reefs? Or is it severe against sand? It'll be different. The scale of the impact, big scale, short scale, duration, short duration, long duration. Can it be reversed? The likelihood of that impact happening, can you predict the likelihood? Is it accurate prediction? Under what circumstances? Is there anything that would it only happen at night? Would it happen during the daytime? Would it happen in certain seasons? Under certain weather conditions? And can we adopt a precautionary principle? Can we be like conservative? If we're a bit unsure, let's say it happens all the time. There's a matrix that we use a lot for EIAs. You've all seen them. All your colleagues in DNAB have seen these kind of tables in the EIAs. It usually has these three colors. The format can be slightly different. And on the left, you have an impact score from 1 to 5. And then at the top, you have a likelihood. So if it has a score of 5 and a very high likelihood, it's up here, it scores 25. So you can see there's a certain pattern there, from green to yellow to red. And higher risk projects often require higher levels of approval and often more costly to mitigate, where impacts can't be avoided. So if you're going to build a great big LNG plant on a piece of land by the coast, there are certain impacts that you can't avoid. I mean, you're going to take the land and you need a lot of land. So that one you're going to have to mitigate, and it's going to cost. It's much more different than drilling a tiny little well pad, which is the size of a football pitch, and you can put it over there 50 meters that way, or you can even put it 3 kilometers that way and have directional drilling. So some things you can move and mitigate quite successfully. For example, in Uganda, there's a lot of oil which is possibly going to go in a pipeline to Tanzania. The oil is underneath Lake Albert, but they didn't drill in Lake Albert. They drilled on the shore of Lake Albert and went into it. Okay, so that's a way of mitigating also the cost, because drilling in the water is more expensive than drilling on land, and there are more risks drilling on the water. Impacts across the project life cycle. Okay, so here we're just going to have a brief discussion on what happens in the different phases, and you need to pay attention when we talk about drilling, because there is an EIA exercise which has a focus on drilling more than other things. So impacts across the upstream project lifecycle. So you've seen this before. This is a different graphic from other of these project lifestyle graphics. So we have exploration phase, where there's up and down, a few little impacts, seismic, drilling, noise, up and down, not really severe. And then you get into development, where you're really pumping the oil and gas, expanding more, processing, getting into the period of operation. Sorry, the processing, and that will go on operation when you're actually exporting the product. So it's pretty stable here at this flat line, because once you start really the operation, and this is where you might get your 15, 20 years, one of the presenters mentioned earlier today, that's where the companies recover all their cost, and where the participating countries also make their 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%. And then in decommissioning, generally speaking, the impacts go down, but they don't disappear until you've, well, maybe it doesn't even disappear forever, but it goes right down right at the end. But they're still quite high at the beginning of decommissioning. So worth studying. This is the phase of really a general overview of the impacts. In a bit more detail, seismic surveys, as I mentioned before, this is a ship pulling some lines with an air gun, which is a machine that makes a big bubble blast, and that noise goes down, and then it gets picked up by these streamers. So behind the ship, there are all these lines, and they can be a few kilometers long. And the typical impacts is physical disturbance, damage to habitats and species from survey equipment. If you do it in very shallow water, you wouldn't use a ship that size, you use a smaller ship, and you may have impact on coral reefs, and there are ways to mitigate that. And you might do entanglement in marine life. We've heard cases of whales, turtles, even sharks. They get tangled up, they attack the line, and then the line's moving at 2 or 3 knots. And it's a long line, so a fish might get entangled up and end up being dragged and drowned and has to be cleaned out. Noise, obviously, there's a shock wave, which is, as I mentioned before, up to 50 kilometers, whales will hear that. And it can increase the stress. And anything within a few meters of the noise source will be killed straight out. Plankton, fish, I'm not sure about bigger animals, but it's pretty severe, and it gets rapidly, the noise rapidly attenuates. But if you're very close, it's bad news. And there are all sorts of procedures which are well established. Soft starts, having paused, look at MMOs on the ship looking for marine life. So there are ways to mitigate. From drilling, we've talked about invasive species, and we don't need to go about them. On land, typically on land, you would get, let's say you get equipment to drill on land and it hasn't been cleaned, and it left India or Papua New Guinea, and it wasn't clean, and there was mud on the wheels and lots of boxes that were closed. And then you open it all up, and out crawls a spider, and out fly some wasps, and there's all sorts of seeds stuck in the mud. And then suddenly they're in Mozambique, and who knows, depending on the species, 1 or 2 of them might go, oh, I'm in a good place here, we're going to reproduce, and then we're going to take over. And if you look around Maputo, you'll see all sorts of species of plants along the side of the roads. It's the same in Dar es Salaam. They're invasive species. They weren't introduced by oil and gas. They were introduced possibly by agriculture, possibly by just import, export, possibly just by transport, unlikely to be oil and gas. Waste, generation of drill cuttings. That's what happens when you take all the soil out the ground. The cuttings, it's a waste. There's chemical waste from machinery, workforce. What happens to the waste? It can bioaccumulate, contaminate soil or water. It can smother. It can land on top of other marine life, and it will change the bottom of the sea environment. And then there's noise from the drilling. There's noise from the ship. There's a constant noise of the generators, which is detectable underwater. Any of you who are scuba divers, when you hear a boat go above you, and it's really loud, there's no mistake. It does increase species stress, and it will also impact on ecotourism. One thing that isn't mentioned here is light, but if there's a great big drill ship off Bazaruto, which is a destination for some tourists in Mozambique, and they go there on holiday, and at night they're expecting to see the stars and the moon, and they see this great big drill ship, and they hear this all night long. There's an impact. This is a visual I just added now that kind of highlights what can happen from an offshore installation. So we talked about the smothering at the bottom here, smothering of marine life. That's from the cuttings that land on the seabed. And then all these, so the black text is the actual source and the impact is in red. So cooling water, displacement water, this is water that comes out the well, that may be permitted to be discharged at sea if its hydrocarbon levels are below a certain amount. Nevertheless, it's going to have some kind of impact on marine life, maybe on a local scale. Then there's going to be spills, accidental, inevitably, sewage, drains, produced water coming from the well, impact on marine life, noise. What wasn't mentioned before is this little boat over here. This is called a supply vessel. This goes backwards and forwards. In the case of Mozambique, it would be Pemba, the port in Pemba, where supply vessels were going backwards and forwards day or night to the drill ship. And they can have interactions with fishermen at night and other users of the area and other ships. They can increase the risk of collisions. They all produce exhaust, usually diesel or marine oil discharges from the turbines, flaring we already talked about. So this just visualizes some of the sources of discharges and some of the resulting impacts at sea. On land, this is a graphic from a project in Tanzania where they're still discussing about this pipeline from Uganda. And these are all the stages of the pipeline, where you start with a survey, and this might be a bit of forest or it might be farmland. And then you go all the way through all the phases of installation. And if it all goes well, you can plant the farmland back on top of the pipeline. That's in the perfect scenario. And then nothing would change. Europe is covered in pipelines. North America is covered in pipelines going all over the place through farmland. You wouldn't even know it's there. But there can be a lot of issues along the way in the installation period, compensation, crossing rivers, going through sensitive habitats. There's so potentially a lot of impacts from installing pipelines that all have to be carefully considered. Mozambique has a good pipeline already now for 20 years from the Sasol plant, going all the way past Maputo and down to, where's that place called? Down across the border in South Africa, where they make the aluminium. And there should be another pipeline coming into Maputo for electricity production. So Mozambique already has a few pipelines. Impacts from gas plant construction. So when you build a gas plant or an LNG site, there's a physical footprint. We talked about that, and that can be big. And it's pretty irreversible until you finally rehabilitate it. But it's going to have a damage. It's going to alter the species composition in that physical area. And it may restrict access for fishing and hunting for the local community. That should all be identified during the EIA. Dredging. This is really when you install pipelines, when you dredge, that means you excavate part of the sea, you make a channel, you lay a pipe. So that would affect the seabed. And what you do with the material and the process of dredging creates lots of sediment, which will smother, which will cover other sensitive marine life like seagrasses or corals, which is not very healthy for them. And it will reduce the productivity and it may destroy nursery habitats. Usually the space is quite small. It's only a few meters wide. And once it's covered, after a year or two with sediment movement, you shouldn't really notice it, but it always depends on the location. Waste, we talked about waste from operations, and construction of a gas plant also has lots of waste, lots of chemicals, lots of products are going to be brought there. There's going to be all sorts of different waste, tons and tons and tons of waste. And they may have local mortality of species and change to environmental conditions depending on the chemicals. If they go to the water column, if they're chemical waste or hazardous waste, then they have to be very carefully managed. And then noise from machinery, which may displace species. And of course, it may displace human occupation of the area. More waste, generation of inorganic waste. We've seen that one before. But plastic get into the environment. There was a case in Songo, which you all know about, where there was some waste oil that was left from just something innocent like changing engine oil. It was left in a pan, and they removed the vehicle, but they left the pan on the ground with this oil in it. And a cow, uma vaca, came to the site, apparently ate the oil, drank the oil, and then was found dead. So the villagers wanted compensation from the gas plant because of the dead cow, because of waste that was left unattended. They got the compensation. I don't know whether it really ate the oil or not ate the oil, but that's an example. It can happen. It can happen with plastic. Lots of cows and goats eat plastic. Noise and light, we talked about that as well. Displacement of species. Atmospheric emissions, we've talked about that. Locally, it can affect the air quality, and on a bigger scale, it can affect the planet. It can certainly contribute to that. Impacts from decommissioning, something that was usually forgotten in the old days. Waste from decommissioning, you've got to get rid of all that stuff. So there can be thousands of tons of metal. And it's not only metal, there can be plastics, there can be all sorts of electronic waste, there can be oil, there can be radioactive material in the pipes. So there's a whole suite of chemicals and a whole set of procedures, and that's another webinar on how to deal with the waste from decommissioning. But during decommissioning, of course, there's also physical removal of the structure, and that's going to involve ships or excavators or trucks and all this kind of machinery, which in itself can introduce alien invasives, but also can cause physical disturbance to the environment and to local communities. This is another, we call it the environmental ENVID matrix, environmental impact determination matrix. So here we have, this is just part of a very big table. Project activity on the left, so you have survey vessels, mobilization, demobilization, support, chase vessels, physical presence, power generation, disposal of non-hazardous waste, on and on and on and on. Specific seismic activities. So this starts with seismic, and there's all the different activities. And then what you do is you look at all the different potential environmental receptors. So ambient air quality, is it affected? And then you put a matrix in here. You fill it in with I if it's there's an interaction, S it's if there's a significant impact, and P if it's a positive impact, and you leave it white if there's no impact. So when this whole matrix is filled in, and it's good to have a team of people to do it, because there are lots of different things to think about, because the environment and the receptors on the top here, you have to bend your head to look at it. It's environment, air quality, global climate, noise, light, seabed, subsea geology, marine water quality, and then you get on to the life, benthic, corals, seabirds, fish, on and on, mangroves, marine flora, and then you get on to the socioeconomic communities, local community, workforce, government stakeholders, marine traffic, fishing, mariculture. So this is just an example of a impact assessment matrix that can cover most of the activities of most projects. Of course, you always have to adjust it. This is not, it's not rigid. So the key messages here are: the impacts of oil and gas activities can be direct, okay? Indirect, cumulative. I think you've got that covered now. Number one. Number two, the environmental risk matrix assesses the impact based on their severity and livelihood. Severity and livelihood. Likelihood. Sorry. And the third one is impacts may vary during the project life cycle. Yeah, you get some impacts during seismic, but you don't get those impacts during decommissioning. And they do include physical disturbance, noise, light pollution, and waste generation. Okay, and the one from Songo, which I always like to add, there are these socioeconomic impacts that are to do with sexually transmitted diseases, interactions, there can be negative interactions with communities, cultural differences between the drilling team and the local people, we have fights, all these kind of things do happen. We're not taking questions now, I believe, but we're going on to module subsection 2.1. Muito obrigado pela atenção.
Thank you so much, Matt, for that very brief and clearly explained presentation. So I think we'll take questions regarding this, because your presentation also would touch on the group work exercise for tomorrow. So I don't know if anyone has any questions. Please feel free to put it in the chat, or you can raise your hand and then they give you the microphone. Any questions regarding the different types of impacts that that you encounter, that companies encounter during operations? Any questions? Yeah, I hope this was clear because I think this, Matt, it means that everyone understood what she said. So it means it was very good. Thank you so much, Matt. So next we have Sharon. She'll give an overview of, she'll discuss the mitigation hierarchy. I think you've seen one of the questions in the baseline knowledge assessment and today with Joe about the mitigation hierarchy. So Sharon is going to Sharon is going to give a...
I have a question. If you don't mind, I have a question. I have a question.
Sim, boa tarde. É Rosana Francisco da
This is Rosana Francisco. I have a question. Regarding cumulative impact, based on your experience, Matt, who does the assessment of the cumulative impacts? Because we may carry out an environmental and social assessment impact, but we don't have information regarding the impact of other operators in the area. So who's responsible for assessing the cumulative impacts?
Ana, é prazer ouvir a sua voz. Well, let's try and narrow this down. As Artemis explained, or Joe explained, the cumulative impacts are not the responsibility of the proponent. Can't be. I mean, they can be aware of it, they should be aware of it, and they should be able to mitigate contributing to it. But overall, it's not their baby. It's not their sole responsibility. So who else is involved? So you've got the operator, you've got the consultants preparing the EIA, and you've got the regulator. So I'm sorry, Rosanna, but it's left with the regulator to find out, to help build the picture about what has gone on in their area historically and what has been accumulating, and maybe even independently to, or with the help of the proponent, to establish some baseline measures. We did, for example, we did a study in a port in Mtwara, right on the border with Mozambique, and it was an oil and gas company that wanted us to do a baseline survey of the port of Mtwara before they started. They were being super cautious because what they didn't want is somebody say, "Oh, look at the harbor; it's full of heavy metals. That's come from your operation." So they contracted some consultants. I was involved. We went out in a boat and we took samples of the mud from the bottom of the harbor all the way around, and we sent them to a laboratory in Switzerland, in Sweden, to do an analysis of hydrocarbons and heavy metals. And for sure, there were hydrocarbons and there were heavy metals. There was a baseline level of contamination already in the port, in the mud of the port. So the oil and gas operator, they were happy. Well, they weren't happy, but they were satisfied that whatever happens in future, we know what it was like when they began. So nobody can say that they're responsible. So there was already a cumulative problem there. And the Tanzania Port Authority doesn't pay attention to that kind of stuff. And your colleagues in Dar es Salaam are too busy processing EIAs to commission studies like this. But maybe this is a separate conversation where those entities who are involved in where you can predict, or where you have already started to notice, here there's cumulative impacts and there's cumulative impacts. Okay, maybe we need to do a government finance study to really focus on identifying where these impacts are and what level are they at, and what are they impacting? Community, society, agriculture, local environment, marine life, migrating whales, birds, and then be in a better position. I mean, so really, from my perspective, I mean, maybe our colleagues at Artemis might be able to contribute more. It's something that the government should be leading on, with help from operators, of course. It's in their interest. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. That was a very good response. It's the role of regulators when it comes to cumulative impacts. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Artemis. Any other question? Rosanna, I hope that answered your question that you asked. Do we have any other question from the floor? Okay, so if not, we'll go ahead and call Sharon to give her presentation on mitigation hierarchy.
Thank
Sharon,
you.
over to you.
Can you see the slides? Okay.
I actually see the Word documents. You have exactly.
Ah.
Now I see it now. Clear.
Oh yeah, because it's on that screen, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. It's good now.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So following Matt's presentation on the types of impacts, we just want to discuss quite briefly a bit of an overview of how this fits into the environmental impact assessment process in general and specifically within Mozambique. As we have already talked quite a lot about the mitigation hierarchy, so we want to give a bit more information about that as well. Too many things open, here we go. Okay, so there's the two topics I just want to cover fairly briefly. So starting with the environmental and social impact assessment process, we call it in the ISHA process, be a different acronym, of course, in Portuguese. Just to outline what this encompasses in general. So in general, what we're talking about, and a lot of the training that will kick off tomorrow will follow this logic around the screening aspect, which is where you assess the high-level risks associated with projects before you're scoping the content of an environmental impact report, conducting baseline assessments. What is the situation prior to the project so that you can assess the impact that project will have? What is the change that it is expected? So then you can assess what those impacts are, prepare a mitigation plan, and then finally the monitoring and verification to ensure that those impact mitigation plans actually go according to plan. The thing I want to highlight that, of course, this relates throughout the project lifecycle we've been talking about, from exploration through to decommissioning, that I think it's likely, and I think it is the case in Mozambique, that you would have a specific EIA for exploration and then a separate one for this development phase. So different environmental impact assessments will be happening for various parts of the oil and gas life cycle. So if we look specifically at the legislation that you have in Mozambique, this on the right is the process as we understand it that is dictated by the decree that you have around EIA, environmental impact assessment, from registration of the project through to that pre-assessment, and then this categorization process that you have around what is the level of risk. So this is the screening part, right? So this is when you're deciding whether or not a project should indeed go ahead at all if the risks are too high for different reasons. It could actually be rejected at this stage, and then it gets categorized, and that would determine the level of EIA that you're conducting. This then moving through to review, and then the sort of substance of the environmental impact report that we'll be talking a lot about is this sort of baseline assessments. What are the information that you need at the outset? What is the impact assessment mitigation plans? And what are those monitoring and verification plans going forwards? So if a project is approved, what are the things that need to be monitored to ensure that the conditions associated with that license are actually implemented and followed? So I think that you all know this process far better than us within Mozambique, so I won't dwell on this at this stage. So one thing that is worth mentioning are the biodiversity action plans. So these form part of the environmental impact assessment process, but it's a specific component related to mitigating biodiversity impacts. So these are developed to accompany, sometimes they're embedded, sometimes they form separate documents, but they were part of the Convention on Biological Diversity's National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plans, the NBSAPs, of which Mozambique is a signatory to the convention. It has an NBSAP. So these biodiversity action plans are elements of the environmental impact assessment around preparing those inventories of the biological information needed for selected species, selected habitats, assessing that conservation status of the species and the ecosystems that could potentially be impacted, creating those targets around conserving and restoring elements of biodiversity, and all the budgets timelines associated with that. So I just wanted to highlight that this is a kind of a component of the EIA process in many cases. So earlier we had an intervention from the floor that highlighted some of the projects that you have ongoing related to the licensing process in Mozambique. So I just wanted to kind of highlight some of these that are forthcoming, I suppose. One of the challenges, of course, with the EIA processes in many countries is that various institutions need to be involved in that process. They bring their various specialties, whether that's conservation, understanding the sector, bringing development planning, and so on. So there needs to be a shared information across institutions on the status of projects that get registered, and they may be getting registered at district level rather than centralized. And there can be a difficulty with visibility of projects. What has been registered, what has been approved, what is needing to be monitored. So one of the developments that was mentioned earlier that I just want to highlight was this environmental licensing platform. I've stuck confidential over here because I understand this is not yet released. This is pending from DNAB yourselves. So I just wanted to highlight that this is coming, that the Connect project has been working with DNAB to produce this platform to be able to facilitate that sharing of information across institutions, to facilitate that EIA process, so that, and actually coming back to the earlier question around cumulative impacts, of course, having visibility of the projects that are located in various places can be part of that, in understanding where are those cumulative impacts likely to be happening, because we've got lots of projects happening within a region. So having that visibility and access to the information will be quite an important element going forwards. We also talked a bit about, so when you're doing the baseline review, understanding what the biodiversity status is at the moment before being able to say what is the impact of this project, in order to be able to review these documents and understand what the potential impacts could be and whether the right information is being used within the scoping and within the impact report itself, it's important to kind of have access to that information on biodiversity. One of the things in Mozambique and in many, many countries, information is across many institutions. It can be quite difficult to get hold of because it's quite scattered. And so but it's not because we don't have information. There is a lot of information out there. So this data platform, which is another pending, this is hot off the press, it's not yet released, another output that's being developed in collaboration with DNAB, is to have this centralized data portal to be able to access the information on the biodiversity of Mozambique that can facilitate that EIA process to be able to better review the reports coming forwards. And including some of these key data sets, such as the key biodiversity areas data set that we've already talked about that has been developed for Mozambique, and also there are threatened ecosystem data layers and so on. So there are lots of data available that can really facilitate that process that I just wanted to kind of highlight their relevance. And we will talk a bit more about this going forwards in the course. There are also a number of training programs that I just wanted to highlight to just make sure that we are all joined up here, that are happening at the moment to support the environmental impact assessment process and the considerations for biodiversity within that, that are going on at the moment, being led by the institutions you can see on the slide. So that was just a very quick overview of the environmental impact assessment process. And now I just want to talk a little bit about the mitigation hierarchy that we've been hearing quite a lot about already. So I'm going to start. Will this work?
Hi, Sharon. Just to let you know, you have like roughly 10 minutes to wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah, we're almost there. Well, this video is 4 minutes long, and then I have a couple of slides, but we should be okay, I think.
O meio ambiente providencia uma série de bens e serviços ecossistêmicos essenciais para a nossa vida, como é o caso da água, alimentos, lenha, para o nosso bem-estar e para a nossa sobrevivência. Ao mesmo tempo, vivemos num mundo em
and the improvement of the conditions of the population, of the ecosystems in balance. I'm sorry, the sound is slightly cut off. And also the continuous agriculture expansion and construction of infrastructure is making us lose biodiversity. I'm sorry, it's very cut off. How can we continue economic development and find a balance with the conservation of biodiversity, assuring the quality for our survival. Então, temos que evitar, avoid, minimize, and then restore and counterbalance. This is a hierarchy of mitigation, which is essential to remember that biodiversity can be affected by, once they are lost, they cannot be replaced. Então, the development has to be done in such a way as to not affect these habitats. When you make a project, you have to diminish the impact of biodiversity, and we have to then minimize the impacts in habitats, trying to diminish the intensity. Sorry. And basically it's a summary of most of the things that she's been saying, but in a graphic and video format. But it's very cut off. The counterbalancing is done as a last resource when the biodiversity has been affected, to avoid and minimize the affectation. It covers 26% of the national territory. One of the challenges for maintenance at a national level and international level, to increase the care, economic development has to be with maintenance and maintaining the biodiversity that is existent, the implementation of biodiversity, and in other areas that biodiversity is important.
Great. So hopefully you could all hear that okay, but that provided a nice overview, I think, of the mitigation hierarchy. It's often visualized in this way, and what this graph here is showing is that you first at the outset you estimate how much impact your project would have. You then decide what are the things that you can actually do to avoid. Maybe you could put your project in a different area, you could design it in a different way, and so on, as was shown in the video, and you work out how much of that you can avoid. You then move on to say, okay, we've done most of the avoidance, what can we minimize? How can we reduce those pressures? What are the areas that we can then restore? And one of the things that was shown in the video, how restoring areas, because this may happen right at the end of the project, but it can happen throughout the project. So it could be restoring, revegetating an exploratory well pad, for example. These restoration programs can happen throughout that project life cycle to further mitigate the impact that project can have. And only then, when you have that residual impact, would you talk about offsetting. Biodiversity offsetting is the very last resort for impact mitigation. This is, but what you need, which is where you're trying to work out exactly how much impact you really can't do anything about, that you then counterbalance by protecting or restoring areas outside of the project site to achieve what is known as, if you're having a balance, you will be talking about a no net loss. But if you're actually going further and restoring or protecting more than what you are damaging, then you can deliver a net gain towards biodiversity as an outcome of the project. So the design and the implementation of these biodiversity offsets in Mozambique are governed by the Decree on Environmental Impact Assessment and the Ministerial Diploma of Biodiversity Offsets. And there is also a Mozambique Biodiversity Offsets Program, which is a partnership to implement a national roadmap to be able to better support Mozambique in delivering these no net loss and net gain outcomes, including certain guiding principles to make sure that offsets are not being used ahead of the other elements of the mitigation hierarchy, which are more important and more certain to reduce impact. So many companies are committing to implementing the mitigation hierarchy for a number of reasons. We talked earlier about the finance requirements. Many finance institutions require it. It is becoming a good practice for the industry. More countries are starting to regulate for it and so on. So there are a number of reasons why this is being followed as a best practice. Finally, I just want to give one example outside of Mozambique of how the mitigation hierarchy has been implemented. This is an example of a liquefied natural gas plant in Papua New Guinea from ExxonMobil. And as is the case in many places, you have an LNG plant which is onshore, which you can see here on the right. And then you have the gas reserves offshore and need to be connected to the LNG plant through a loading facility over here. So as is often the case in areas and similarly to Mozambique, where you have rich coastal habitat. So here you can see a dense area of mangrove forest in between the onshore facility and the offshore facility. So in order to get to create a jetty, what the company ended up doing was creating a cantilever bridge that, instead of cutting through dense areas of mangrove forest had a sort of self-propelling cantilever bridge, which just drove piles down as it went along to minimize the impact into the coastal habitats. So rather than having to actually bring barges in and dredge, as Matt was talking about some of those impact types, there was a way it could be minimized. So the first thing they would do is to avoid where they could. And so they located the LNG plant itself on a brownfield site to avoid impacting important habitats, and then minimizing this impact on this coastal habitat through the project design of this certain type of jetty that they used. And so it's an example of an innovation that can be used to kind of mitigate those impacts. And this is just as I've just illustrated. So the avoidance was the location, the minimization was the way that they did that. And then following that, there were areas of impact that were temporary, and therefore they could be restored through restoration programs. So that's just an example from somewhere else of how it's been implemented, to give you a bit more of an understanding. But we will be talking much more about all of these mitigation options tomorrow. So key messages from this section: as we know, the environmental impact assessment process is a key tool. The mitigation hierarchy is a best practice to really mitigate the impacts that needs to be considered throughout the life cycle of projects. And following this order of avoidance, minimize, reduce, and only at last resort are we talking about biodiversity offsets. And it is an iterative approach, so companies can continually look for ways to better avoid and better minimize throughout the project. So I think we are running over, so I will end there, and hopefully we have time for a few questions.
Thank you very much, Sharon, for the lovely presentation. So over to the audience, do we have any questions regarding the mitigation hierarchy, or you want clarification on something that Sharon has mentioned? Any questions?
Boa tarde. Eu chamo.
Hello, I'm Francisco Adriano. I work at the Nampula Environmental Provincial Service. Regarding the mitigation hierarchy and the definition of the aforementioned impacts, do you have any specific criteria? Do you follow any specific criteria or any specific template to establish this hierarchy of the different impacts of the oil and gas industry?
Not sure I could hear the full translation of that, because it was, did you catch it, Chi?
Yes, so he's asking if there's any, if you have already, or if there's already set criteria for the oil and gas sector on choosing this mitigation hierarchy. Like, how do you apply it? Is there any criteria that you look to when you choose, when you use the mitigation hierarchy?
Yeah, there are best practice guidances available to follow in terms that have been developed. I think we mentioned earlier the one that's been developed by the Cross-Sector Biodiversity Initiative, which includes IPICA, that is providing best practice around applying the mitigation hierarchy that for the extractive industries. It is obviously a project by project approach to be able to determine what are the options that you have available to you around avoidance, around minimization, restoration, and offset. So it's not something that can be prescriptive in that sense in terms of what are the impacts. And actually it's also governed to some extent by the countries and the legislation in terms of what is unacceptable impact and levels of impact for that country. Some countries have determined which things cannot be offset, and therefore you could not be looking to have an impact on them at all, and so on. There are criteria provided also by the International Finance Corporation regarding critical habitats and how you define critical habitats, thresholds for the species and the ecosystems that would determine if an area is critical and therefore would require a net gain if you were financed by a finance institution that's following those standards. So there is a lot of guidance available, and we can make sure we share with you those resources.
Thank you, Sharon. Yeah, so we at the end we'll compile some resources that will be useful for you, like going forward, like from IPCA, some documents from IFC that will help you. So Sharon also pointed out what Matt had said regarding the national legislation. So it's also important that your national legislation also covers or have set out rules for areas which is you cannot offset, and some areas which it's okay that you can either avoid or you can minimize the risk. So do we have any other question? I hope this was good explanation, Mr. Francisco. Any other questions from the floor? No questions? Okay, so if we don't have any questions, so let's give a round of applause for to our experts, to Sharon and Matt for this lovely presentation. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Matt, for this. So as we conclude, we're a bit out over time, but I hope this was useful and you learned a few new things and got clarification. So before we close, I just wanted that you will see flip charts in the room. There are flip charts, but if you have a computer, it's also good. So we want you to do a little exercise. We want you to do the team reflection. So in the beginning, we have a team reflections, the team reflection that we want you to do. So I'm trying to put up the slide. So yes, Matt, please can you confirm if you see my screen?
Yes.
So if you find a flip chart, so we want you to do this in groups. So each table will form a group. So maybe from your left will be group 1, then the one in the middle, group 2, then the one at the rear, 3, then the one behind, 4, and the one after, 5. I think there are like seven tables in the room. So we want you to do this in groups. So per table, if you can take a flip chart, or if you prefer to use your laptop, use a Word document, you can create like a table with 3 columns. So out from what you've learned today, from all the presentations from today, we want you to label one of the columns as your key takeaway message. So what did you learn from module 1? What was the key message from module 1.1 or 1.2? What do you think you learned in your group as a group? So when you decide, you choose 3 top messages that you took out from today. And after it, in the second column, we want you to identify key challenges that is related to the biodiversity considerations that were highlighted. So throughout the presentations and throughout the question and answer session and discussions, there have been challenges that people have highlighted throughout the session. So we want you to identify some challenges, maybe two, maybe three, maybe one, that you can find that you've noticed throughout the session today. So in the third column, we will want you to think of the current effort in your country, like what is the government doing, or what are the regulators in Mozambique doing to address this challenge. So for example, if you say we don't have like criteria for example, criteria for using or applying the mitigation hierarchy, that can be a challenge. And then you can say if there's a current effort, maybe say through one of the programs like the combo or through legislation, you can put that as one of the efforts that the regulators are trying to using to address the challenges in Mozambique. So 3 columns, one for the key takeaway messages, the second for the challenges, and the third for the current efforts. So please note that this will feed into the action plan at the end of the training. So on day 3, we'll combine all the challenges that you've highlighted, and then we'll use it as part of our basis for the action plan. So if you want to work with your group using the flip chart, or if you want to use use your laptops to use a Word document, you're very welcome to do any of that. So after this, at the end of the day, you will receive an email from me sharing the module 1 in Portuguese. We will share the whole presentations you've seen today. We'll share it in Portuguese, and we'll also share it in English. And then tomorrow we'll be having a group work exercise. So we'll share this document ahead of time. We'll also share that today. So you'll be getting the module 1 and the Portuguese and English version, and then you also be getting the group work exercise in Portuguese and English as well, so that you have an idea of what the group work exercise is going to be tomorrow. So when we come back tomorrow, we'll be able to explain to you what we want you to do. But I'd like you to choose. So when you're doing this team reflection, I'd like you to put your group number on the flip chart or on the document. If you're group 1, you decide you're group 1 or 2. Put group 1 or 2, and then you can put the members, the names of the members in the group, so that you don't. So tomorrow you come back to sit at the same place where you're sitting, and that will be your group members for the group work tomorrow. So I don't know if this is clear. If you have any questions regarding this, feel free to ask, and I'll be happy to answer. So this is all for the team reflection. So if you can do this in the room, like after we close, because we should be logging out like in a few minutes, so you can choose the key takeaway messages and the challenges and the current efforts in the country. So when we come back tomorrow, we'll do a recap, and then we'll probably do a ballot to see who's going to do the recap for tomorrow, which group will do the recap for tomorrow. So I hope this is clear. Any questions? I'll leave my screen up just in case you need to copy this down if you need time. So with that said, I think we have come to the end of today. I would like to thank all our presenters, Matt, Sharon, Joe, Artemis from IPICA, and Madeline. So we'd like to thank you all for the presentations for today, and I hope it was a fruitful session for you all. Don't forget to write your group number on top of the sheet or on top of your Word document, and and the group members as well, so that we know which group drafted what or which group wrote what. Thank you. So don't forget, we convene here again tomorrow at 8:30. And if you're logging in online, it's the same link that you used to log in today that you used to log in tomorrow. So nothing changes. So we'll see you back here in the room tomorrow at 8:30. And we'll send an email with all the modules and the group work exercise for tomorrow as well. And I'll probably send this slide in case you need it for the team. So with that said, I think we'll be logging off now. We wish you a good day. Have a good rest of the day and rest well. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you, team.
Muito obrigada. Prazer.
Muito obrigado a todos, boa tarde, bom descanso e que voltem amanhã cheios de entusiasmo.
Até amanhã.
Até amanhã.
Até amanhã.